hello. Let's see if everything is working here. I won't be surprised if not, they already hear jump scares me. Let's go ahead and let the Discord know. Stream starting now. And it's exciting, so we'll put some exclamation marks. Let's refresh. Let's see if I can see anything. Okay, it looks like everything's starting. Okay. Start streaming? Yeah, that all looks good. Oh, am I? Google Docs? No, that's not right. That's not right. That looks correct. Phew, I was getting worried there for a second. Let's see if I can situate ourselves here a little bit better. That looks a bit better, right? Yeah. Alrighty. Welcome, welcome everyone joining us. I think I have us all set up. I think that's a better view. I think everything's set up where it needs to be. So hello, it is a chilly night here in Florida. How are you guys holding up? I know I have some people from not just outside Florida, but outside the US as well. It's really chilly in some parts of the world. You guys are actually getting snow and stuff, and I'm over here being a big baby about it just being a little chilly. How's everyone holding up? Today is another critique day. There's a few people I guess I'm behind on. I know one of them is decaffeinated, but they said they would show up later, so I don't want to start theirs yet. So if I'm remembering everyone's stuff right, we have this Shadows of London one, I have one that's the Red Waves, and I have this one which is a poem that I think is decaffeinated, so if I'm remembering everything correctly. But yes, that is the plan today, and if anyone else wants to go ahead and submit anything last minute, please feel free. There's, again, just no spicy content. But I think that's everyone. I'm so sorry, I'm not the best at Discord, so if I'm missing anyone, please feel free to let me know. Oh, maybe something from Callie? Wait, Callie might have messaged me something. No, that's book recommendations. Okay, I'm in the wrong spot. That's why I say you guys had to sometimes poke me in case I miss anything. Some people are emailing me things, some people are DMing me things on Discord, some people are just putting it in story submissions. Things are kind of everywhere. It's hard to keep track. That's my sippy. And otherwise, let's see whose submission this was. You guys might not see it on the OBS, but I'm looking who submitted this one. This one was Chatty Maddie. I think this is Chatty Maddie's. Let me see if Chatty Maddie's in right now. I'll go ahead and message them on the Discord. Because whenever I do a story submission, I try to make sure the person's actually here. Chatty Maddie. You in stream tonight? I think something to... There we go. Oh, hey, I was just messaging you. I was just messaging you on the Discord. Oh, that's so funny. Hello, hello. Rating in a sec. Yeah, that's a funny typo. Rating in a sec. Like Twitch rating? Or are you like going on to like a game raid? Game raid. That might come out funny. But anyway, yeah, it's Chatty Maddie, and then who did Red Waves? Let's go ahead and take a little peek-see here. Red Waves was from... Oh, it's just the L dot dot dot. I'm gonna forget who that is. Let's do... at L dot dot dot. Thing for you. I think... you joining the stream tonight. Sorry, it's a little bit of a slower stream. Hi, Callie. Why are you crying? Everything okay, Callie? Yeah, I'm just messaging people real quick on the Discord, seeing who's here. I know Decaffeinated mentioned they were going to be joining later, so I want to save theirs. Chatty Matty mentioned you're gonna be raiding in a bit. I'm not sure if that's a Twitch raid, like they're gonna be raiding me or somebody else in a bit, or if you're gonna lurk since your script is too heavy to read. Let's see, what was yours? Oh, was yours the content warning? Let's see. Okay, yeah, sorry. I don't think you guys can see the Discord I have pulled up right now. Let me see here. Storiesman, I have Slow Read from Decaffeinated. That one, Chatty Matty. We did Art According to Adindra. And then the I Will Never Forget, which has, you said had a heavy subject and suicide content warning. Okay, yep. And I think you even messaged me that one just for me to critique. Yeah, and I will do that soon. It just won't be on stream. I'm so sorry for the delay in that. There are several people who are just messaging me just for one-on-one critiques, and I'm like, eee, I have the time. But yes, that's totally fine for me just to do a critique off stream and let you guys know my thoughts. It will just take a little bit more time because I'm not doing it on stream. Oh, Callie. Callie, be honest, are you a little bit drunk? Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. That's right, you did make it to the very start. Sorry, some people's usernames are hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. Hello. I wasn't sure when you mentioned it. I'm like, oh, I don't know if Chatty Matty's talking about raiding on Twitch or if they're going into a raid on a game. But hello, welcome everybody. I believe, hello, welcome on in. Did you guys have a good stream? Was it all fun? Was it all games? Hello. You said you were drunk. No, I was asking Callie if they were drunk. Callie was had a little sad way of their text, and they were seeing sad, and they were saying they missed me, and I'm like, this sounds very much like how certain drunk people sound a little bit, and I'm like, I was wondering, but no, I just have red Gatorade. I'm boring. But yeah, it was fun. It was a good stream. You were raiding into me. That's what you meant. Yeah, it's all good. I just didn't want to assume. But hello, Raiders. Hello, my normal raccoons. Hello, everybody. It is a chilly night, and we are going to be doing story time and critique. So if that's anything you're interested in, please feel free to also submit your stories as long as you follow all the rules. All the mods. Is it a mod party? You're not drunk. I just barely had anything to eat and you exercised, but the ghost behind me is still screaming at you. But you got used to it and now you're here. It's okay. The ghosts generally have very little actual energy in the real world to do too much. Mostly night terrors and stuff, and like minor things sometimes. But anyway, you can relax, you can hang out a little bit, you can chill, and yeah, we're streaming and we're gonna be doing storytime critique. If you're a Rex of mine, hello, welcome everyone. Yes, so for this stream, we're actually going to be reading stories, and at the end of however much I read, we then actually give critique. And hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the Cryptid Cult. But we're a cozy channel where sometimes we talk about not so cozy things. It just depends on what the stories are about. It can be anything from murders and witches and all the spooky mysteries and things like that. So very cozy about not so cozy writing subjects. It's chilly for you. Over here it's pretty nice. About 33 degrees Fahrenheit. Ashuna, don't ever write that in my chat ever again. That's too cold. That sent a shiver through my body. Oh no. The story is still a bit on the being edited side. That's fine. Everyone submits things at all stages of writing. Sounds like your kind of place, Captain Hoodie. I love hoodies. I should be wearing a hoodie right now. I'm in Florida though. I'm not used to needing hoodies. Currently on a 3-stream streak. Thank you so much, Callie. Yeah, something there. No problem. It's never bad. If you guys, real life always comes first. For you, it's 18 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 19.4 where you are. I'm gonna stop. This is too chilly. My little Florida cryptid butt is already cold enough. She's from Tennessee. Oh my god, nope, not gonna do it. Anyway, let's go ahead. I believe this first one here, this is Shadows of London. Is this from you, Chatty Matty? I'm gonna pull up the Discord. Story submissions. Shadows of London is from Chatty Matty. Yes, so hello, you guys joined at the right time. Oh, you're in Canada. Oh, that's too chilly. So Shadows of London, Act 1, The Ripper. I'm gonna restart my lo-fi beats. You know, it's not nice to give up people's locations. That's right. I'm gonna look through all of Tennessee and Canada for you guys. I'm gonna be hunting. I'm gonna be on the hunt. But I'm sad, but I'm happy, but I'm sad. It's okay. Have a warm drink, have some cocoa, have some comfy food, and try to relax a little bit, and then maybe you'll be more happy than sad. So Act 1, The Ripper. Chapter 1. In 1888 London, Lulu Oswald impatiently waits for her colleague at St. Paul's Cathedral. Noticing a murder of crows and an unkindness of ravens acting strangely, she follows them toward Whitechapel. Along the way, she encounters her friend Mary Kelly. Here's your sippy. You'll get milk. It's okay. She's at Whitechapel. She was at another cathedral, St. Paul's. Now she's heading towards Whitechapel. Along the way, she encounters her friend Mary Kelly. The two talk briefly about decrypting Lulu's parents' documents, ones involving Arthurian legends and strange demigods. Then Lulu meets her colleague, John Remington, who joins her. In Whitechapel, they discover a gruesome murder scene. Mary Ann Nichols. I'm not quite sure how to say last name. A strange note at the crime scene leads Lulu to believe it's connected to her parents' deaths, and decides to dig deeper. Also, this is who you were talking about last time? Oh, are you talking about me? You guys are talking about me. Oh no, I've been perceived. But okay. I think this is I love having a gruesome murder scene right in chapter 1. I think that's pretty good pacing right off the bat. There is something strange here with the birds, and that's why they follow them towards Whitechapel. Let me see. And then in Whitechapel, that's when they discover the murder scene. Are they flocking for the murder? Is this supernatural elements? Like, are they acting strange because of magic-y, supernatural, ghost spooky reasons? Or just, hey, wait, the birds seem like they're really interested in eating something. What are they going to eat? And then they follow them. It's like, oh, that they were here because somebody got murdered and the birds are eating them. So you're actually a puppy? Oh, especially after having kids. Yeah. I have a lot of cats instead of human children. I have a lot of cats. I tell my parents they have grand kittens instead of grandchildren. And as I started having cats, they were very, very cute, and that's how they got away with a lot of stuff. And now as there's new kittens, I'm like, yeah, you guys are cute, but it's not enough anymore. I'm already used to cats being cute. Now you guys need to stop knocking shit over. Late night mountain biking with the guys. Azuna, you're always doing crazy stuff. Make sure you guys are safe. And bye, Azuna. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's supernatural flavored over the Ripper murders. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was getting the right vibe. You have 4 and then the human children. At least the cat children are less expensive, right? First child privilege with your cats. It was absolutely first child privilege with my cats. Related group of ferrets is called a business. That's absolutely right. That's true. Aw, adorable. Still no. You even have axolotl babies. Oh my goodness. That's incredible. I have to fix it. Keep working. You'll find an exercise routine that will be good for you. That's all part of the process. So let's see. So I like this. This is a hint. I was kind of getting the vibe like it seems like supernatural flavor. It's a dark occult magic flavor. So the fact that you were going for that, this feels right. This thematically feels good. So let's continue on to Group of Owls was a parliament. It sounds right. I'm not 100% sure, but it sounds right. Lulu and John talk to the Bobbies, who have very little to go on, as Lulu goes to her place in Southwark. She rummages through her parents' old documents, finding a rather peculiar one about demigods, gods, and magic. There's a knock on the door, and Mary Kelly comes in. Your friend Mary Kelly. Okay, so she's just left, but now she's regrouping with Mary Kelly. Lulu reads the document with Mary, who decrypts about a strange story about a Viking demigoddess, another about Britain. Do you still say it like Britain, or is it like Breton? Demigoddesses, and another Welsh demigoddess. The story intrigues her. She becomes especially interested in the Welsh demigoddess. Southwark? But it's a real location, so. Southwark is how they kind of say it. Okay. Britain is like Britain. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because it was spelled differently. I understood it was like more old-timey one, but I'm like, just in case. Maybe it is pronounced differently. I need less of a zoo, and we're planning on getting ducks this year too. I really want to get chickens. I want chickens in a little Baba Yaga hut. And our area recently passed is it legislation? I forget what it's called. The official, like, that we can legally have chickens in our area now. And I'm like over here like, oh, I really want chickens. I don't have time for chickens, but I really want chickens. You're gonna need a roadside stand at the end of the driveway for eggs. Absolutely, especially since I don't even use that many eggs. You bake enough that you're still having to buy eggs, and you get 4 a day. You know what that means? It means you need more chickens. More chickens! You can't unsee Baba Yaga at all here? Sorry, I'm just... Literally, one of the cats is named Baba, short for Baba Yaga, right? Like, I'm a huge Baba Yaga. I can't wait to become old and live my best Baba Yaga life. Anyway, so let's see here. My first instinct right here so far, I try to give critique as I go, especially for something longer like this. That way I don't forget it. I am noticing chapter 1, we meet up with Marianne. No, sorry, not Marianne. Mary Kelly, right? We meet up with her. Chapter 2, we then leave her, and then we meet up with her again. Mary Kelly follows and comes in. I'm wondering if it might feel a bit more natural just for Mary Kelly to come with our character to her parents' old documents, and they're gonna decrypt stuff and talk about it and go through. So they might like walk back to Lulu's place together, talking about the murder. And Lulu's like, oh yeah, there's some documents, there's some of my parents' stuff I want to go through. Will you look at it with me, because Mary decrypts stuff? And that might feel a little bit more natural, rather than in 2 chapters, we meet her, she leaves, and we meet her again. The Mary Kelly stuff is what's been woven in more, so you can definitely do that. Okay, so yeah, this is a character that you were still working on. That makes sense. But yeah, I think that would flow a bit more naturally. And it comes in, so she becomes especially interested in the Welsh demigoddess. That's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Lulu goes to her parents' graves and talks to them. She's soon joined by a mysterious woman dressed in medieval clothing. The two speak, and the woman leaves with a cryptic message. More there will be. I like that. I like that message. At least it's not R. Kelly. Small wins. Is Mary Kelly still with Lulu at this point? Or have they separated? You might already know that, and again, with uh, things like this where you're just plotting things out, sometimes you know something, I don't because I'm just a reader. It's more important that you, the author, know stuff. So if you already know this and it was just a note you forgot to leave for me, that's fine. It's just something to be aware of. When we're juggling or a lot of characters, remembering where each character is, even if they're not in focus at that point, is important just to keep it all cohesive. Um, Now, bake more, sell it. The more happy people, the more people happy and full. If I sell it, that means I had to look up laws, and there's always a confusing mess. Yeah, and it also depends on where you are. Like, you'll get advice from some people, like, no, there's cottage laws in the US. And it's like, what if you're not even in the US? Like, people, like, online will, like, tell you one way or the other. Setting up our business, Cryptid Roots is a business. We own a shop together. Thank God Mama Cryptid helped out a lot with it in the beginning. Just finding all the information legally we needed to go through to do stuff for our embroidery business and selling stuff and going to conventions and traveling out of state, and how do we handle taxes. What's the business license? What do we need, an LLC, or do we need something different? There's a lot. And with baked goods, with something that you consume, there's going to be more hurdles and more things to jump through, more red tape to go through. So absolutely, I I feel for you. Yeah, it's a mess. You do have cottage laws, and there's a ton of laws about what you can and cannot make to sell, and how much you can actually sell before you need a commercial kitchen. Yep, with here in Florida, when we were starting out, there's a limit on how much you can sell before you need an actual business license, but it's an incredibly low limit, so you kind of need the LLC or whatever form your business is going to take really, really soon. Like, before you've really made any money, you still need to invest more money in getting the licenses and doing the taxes and doing everything else. It was it was a lot. Honey, might have left Aaron behind. Florida. Florida. Sorry, you just spelled it funny. I'm like, Florida. What was I saying? Okay, you're going with what's easiest, but I'm seeing her as maybe with her. Okay, so we're not quite decided yet. That's right, because you're still weaving in Mary Kelly's character here. So there's a little asterisk, like, we gotta think about that in the future. Florida. So Lulu goes to her parents' graves and talks to them. More there will be, I think, is a really nice, like, ominous tone. I think that's a really good tone. Hi, Callie, what's up? Florida. As opposed to Ceiling Ida. You guys are silly. So as Lulu explores London, so she's exploring London, she hears screaming nearby. She finds a little girl who leads Lulu to a chilling sight. Her parents, 2 sisters, and brother dead and bodies arranged to form a pentagram. Lulu questions the girl, but the girl vanishes into thin air. Oh. Her parents are already dead, right? Let me see here. Did I make that up? Lulu be disconnected to her parents' death. So yeah, her parents are deceased. Not Lulu's parents. Okay, so maybe the little girl's parents. So anyway, it's parents, 2 sisters, and a brother, but these aren't Lulu's family. Arranged to form a pentagram, Lulu questions the girl, but the girl vanishes into thin air. This is she's exploring London. I'm wondering, we have this cool scene at the graveyard and that really cryptic message, more there will be. As a thought, I'm not saying this is right or wrong out, it's just a thought, it's spaghetti. Just take whatever sticks. I'm wondering if the scream should happen, like she should hear it from the graveyard. And that will keep her from being in areas that we don't quite see why she's here. Why is she suddenly exploring London after all this? Like, just kind of randomly walking around, and she happens to stumble upon nearby the place where she can hear the screams. Hello, what? It might make more sense of, like, hey, this spooky figure in the medieval clothing, this ghostly person is saying that she leaves this cryptic message, and then right as that message happens, she hears the screams, and she's like, is that real? This woman just disappeared. Are the screams real? She goes to follow the screams. She finds the little girl, and then the little girl leads Lulu to the chilling sight. And that would flow, I think, a little bit more naturally. You gotta feed your sourdough before it dies. I think people who do all the bread making stuff are cool. So then chapter 6. Lulu tells John about the girl. Tells John. Do we know who John is yet? I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anybody. That's right, it was her colleague, John Remington. Okay. So Lulu tells John about the girl. He shows surprisingly high interest, though appears unsurprised. Dun dun dun. He suggests looking through her parents' records again. Lulu returns home, a chilling feeling in her bones. So she tells John, Sir Chatty Matty, if you wouldn't mind just in the text, what is her colleague John Remington? Like, it says it's a colleague. What does Lulu and John Remington do? Are they professors? Do they study the occult? Are they police officers? Just so I know that way, I have a better idea of why she's telling John this. If it's just as a friend, if it's just he works in something similar, if he worked with her parents. I'm just trying to get a feeling of who John and the other people are. Lulu reads about something stranger than ever in her parents' documents, something called the Three Worlds. As she reads further, she finds the names Mortal World, Otherworld, and the Netherworld. Lulu starts learning about them. This is important. It's gonna be... This feels like it's important for your world building for the story. It's gonna be very, like, little asterisk, it's gonna be very hard not to do a lore dump here. Hold on. So I understand it's important. I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm just saying, like, asterisk, tread carefully. Tread carefully. Those lore dumps are gonna be hard. They're friends that study the occult stuff. Beyond that, the story gives it more away. Okay. While walking home at night from I can't talk. While walking home at night from Whitechapel, Lulu is then attacked by a strange figure. She rushes through London toward Southwark, barely avoiding murder. It's at night. Is this... Oh, I'll probably read... I'll go through it a little bit more. I have ideas about this. I'm wondering if the murderer is real, or if it's another ghostly, spooky person. That's what my question is. But you don't have to answer it. That's just in the back of my head. I'm wondering that. Chapter 9. Lulu speaks with John about the attack. John is uncharacteristically calm, telling her to report it. Uncharacteristic, like creepy calm? Like spooky? Spooky calm? I don't know. Telling her to report it. Lulu notices his clothes are bloodied, but John brushes it off as a surgery he performed. Okay, he's a surgeon. Just keep Jack the Ripper in mind. Yeah, that's right. Ooh, there's a lot of spooky stuff here. There's a lot of things. I'm liking the flavors. Okay. Chapter 10. Lulu grows frustrated with the Bobbies as they write off her attack as a common mugging. Lulu decides to meet the family friend, Annie Chapman. Chapter 11. Lulu meets Annie in Spitalfields? Spittle or Spitalfields? Not quite sure. And they discuss her parents. Annie tells her that their deaths were connected to a series of strange events with a figure known as LaFay. Lulu thanks her. Chapter 12. Lulu returns the next day to discover Annie's body and yet another cryptic message. Oh, so we meet Annie and Annie's fucking gone. Annie got. You have no idea how it's pronounced. Okay, you and me, we're just gonna struggle together. It's all good. We read things. We don't actually need to read them out loud. That's for the audiobook people to worry about later. Your path leads to death is the cryptic message. Lulu is arrested when the Bobbies arrive. Ooh, that's good. At the station, she's interrogated and asked if she's the so-called Jack the Ripper. Lulu truthfully denies the accusation and is reluctantly let go. She meets the Welsh woman again, who asks to speak. Oh, okay, there's stuff happening here. There's stuff happening. I'm wondering, I think it depends on pacing. It depends on how long the discovery and her investigating Annie's body and the decrypted message and stuff like that, and then the being arrested. I'm wondering if her discovering Annie's body, investigating, finding this cryptid message, having this possibly freak out, like, what is happening? Your path leads to death. What happened to Annie? The Bobbies arrive. The Bobbies probably like grab her, right? They're investigating. She's trying to tell them stuff. They're not believing her. Back and forth. And then they're like, nope, we're gonna bring you in. You're under arrest. That's the end of the chapter. Or at least it might just be a page break. It might not be a chapter break. There should be like a spacing here, and then either after a page break or a scene break, or maybe a new chapter, then it's this interrogation scene asking her about being Jack the Ripper. That might be an idea. I'm not quite sure yet. It's spaghetti. I'm not saying that is an actual fix. I'm just throwing that idea out there. So she meets the Welsh woman again, who asks to speak. Now we're in Act 2. That was all Act 1. Oh my goodness. Act 2, Chapter 13. The Welsh woman takes Lulu to Otherworld and reveals herself as the goddess. Fuck, I'm gonna say this wrong. Arianrod. Is that? I'm just saying gibberish. Lulu questions the goddess about her parents. I'm just going to shorten it to Aryan. Aryan tells Lulu her parents studied demigods and untold tales from myth, stories not even the gods recorded. Ariana Grande. Ariane Road. Okay. Ariane Road. So Lulu questions Ariane Road about her parents, and Ariane Road tells Lulu her parents studied demigods and untold tales from myth, stories not even the gods recorded. You tried so many, I'm gonna guess that's gluten-free flours, and it ends up red in like 3 to 4 days. Yeah, gluten-free. Oh my god, yeah, gluten-free baking in general, let alone I'm guessing like making your own sourdough and bread, seems extra tough. We were, not me specifically, Mom and Papa Cryptid, gluten-free for years and years and years. There was, they would know more things to actually help you than I would. I know shit. My bad. Ion Road then says LaFay is still alive, made a demigoddess by a creature from Ireland, Balor. Lulu begins to question how the three worlds actually work. Ariane Road refusing to answer, for now. The goddess returns her to London. Oh. It's not mentioned here. You would know. It's just not in the thingy here, trick here. I'm wondering what the other world is like. Is it like the Fae world, and then there's the Netherworld, which is probably the afterlife, and then there's the mortal world, or is it just the like Fae and godly world? It's like the heavens, and then there's the Netherworld, and then there's the mortal world. Okay. Lulu comes across the death of Elizabeth Stride. Okay, this is a little bit of a jump here. Like the last two murders, Jack leaves a message. Find me if you can. Lulu investigates more and hears screams. Following the screams, she finds yet another murder. This time, Catherine Eddowes. Think like 3 planes of existence, yet one for mortals, one for gods. Okay, so it was God. I wasn't sure if we were looking at Fae. I understood like Le Fay is probably like Morgan Le Fay. But I was wondering if we were also dealing with like fairies, sprites. If we're in the London area, right? They still have a lot of mythology with the fairies. In Ireland too. That's what I was wondering. Like, I wonder if it's gonna be gods and fairies, or if we're just dealing with gods and demigods. Oh, good night, good night. Thank you so much for stopping by. announced on Catherine Eddowes. The message this time is written in blood, so they're escalating. Samhain, Tower of London, midnight. Lulu is visibly shaken. So Lulu comes across the death of Elizabeth Stride. Like the last two murders, Jack leaves a message. Does she... Because I want Otherworld is also for mythical creatures too. Okay, that's... Yeah, okay. Y'all are making me want to buy a brick maker. Do it. Use a stand mixer, but by hand. Also, it's too crazy hard. One heck of a workout, though. Hey, yeah, so you're getting your exercise in. Being up strong. Be swole. Be strong. Because we want... Unless she is a detective, I'm assuming she's found Elizabeth Stride corpse here before the police. Right? That's what I'm assuming here. Like the last two murders, she then leaves Jack leaves the message, find me if you can. So she's coming across the bodies before the police are. It's going by the Ripper murder, so some are quick because of how close in timing they are in real life. Yeah. But I'm guessing she's here before the police. Lulu investigates more, which I'm assuming here just probably means like she's walking around the area. It was a pretty like small area that all these murders were happening in. Lulu investigates more and hears screams. Following the scream, she finds yet another murder, this time Catherine Eddowes. I'm wondering, rather than her happening upon the death of Elizabeth Stride and then she hears the screams for Catherine Eddowes, I'm wondering, because sometimes when you work with gods and demigods and stuff, they put you in like worse situations. They're helpful and sometimes they're not helpful. They're sometimes helpful in the worst way. I'm wondering if the goddess returns her to London, right? Wouldn't it be like kind of in that vein of like sometimes the gods are helpful but not? What if the goddess returns her and she wakes up next to the body of Elizabeth Stride? Like she just wakes up there. And then she's like, oh shit. Because the goddess is like, yeah, here you go. Here's the next murder. Here, I'm helping you. And she's like, oh god, I just woke up next to a body. Rather than her stumbling upon it. Because normally when we can have a little bit of happenstance, we can have a little bit of, oh, like the stars aligned in books. If it happens too often, it starts breaking suspension of disbelief. You didn't even think of that. It makes so much sense. Hey, I'm glad. That's what this is for, right? We're critiquing, we're sharing, we're figuring things out together. It's a lot easier, and I think you're realizing that too. So for my other raccoons, this is what I mean. When you plot things out loosely like this, it's then a lot easier to fix plot holes or to rearrange things or to insert characters, right? What about suspension of bridge? I don't know nothing about that. I know nothing about bridges. If I ever give you guys like architectural advice, don't take it. Your buildings will collapse. I'm just a blue person on your screen. Good night, yeah. But it's so much easier to kind of plot out your story. Do it loosely like this. This is what I mean about outlines or rough drafts, like zero drafts, whatever you want to call it. Because then it's not like you actually fully wrote it out using all your fancy prose and then you have to fix and edit 500 pages, 600 pages, 50,000 words, 100,000 words, you know, like whatever it is. That's a lot harder to fix and edit and get into the plot of it. This is a lot easier. This is very easy. Rather, you just go in. If you like that, if you like the suggestions that me or anyone else comes up with, you literally just change like one line. And it's so much easier. So yeah, if you guys haven't tried plotting or outlining yet, I highly recommend it. It saves your brain so much. Be nice to your brains. I'm trying to be nice to my brain. It already thinks so much. Like, it can't think much more. So yeah, she might wake up next to the body of Elizabeth Stride because the goddesses are helpful and unhelpful at the same time. She then hears the screams, she'll run, and this time she comes across the murder of Catherine Eddowes. And she sees this new message written in blood. She's visibly shaken. I like that. Lulu talks more with John, who cautions her about the Ripper. Lulu wonders why they chose that time. John jokes about the veil is weakening at that time. Lulu grows suspicious. Oh, John, what do you know? John seeming extra shady. And yeah, I'm noticing it too. You mentioned that you were still weaving in Mary Kelly, and I'm like, yeah, Mary Kelly, where are you? As Lulu scours her parents' documents more, she finds a promising lead. But to follow the lead, she needs to get access to Buckingham Palace. Not quite sure that's a full chapter. It could be a short chapter. This might be able to be combined with chapter 15 a little bit. You're currently following an in-real-life mystery story because in the next city over, there's been a huge bank heist with the robbers classically drilling into the safe over the holidays. Oh my goodness. It's for what happened to her. Anyway, yeah, if you're talking about Lulu's visibly shaken, I like that. Sometimes authors and writers forget to make their characters have human reactions to stuff. They sometimes want to make them like really cool and super powerful and not like an actual person reacting to things. And yeah, after all these murders and all this crazy stuff with interacting with a goddess and hearing that her parents' murder might be involved and then discovering another body, Catherine Eddowes, and then there's these messages to her, right? She's gonna be visibly shaken. This is a lot for somebody to suddenly be immersed in. There's a lot of stuff going on. It makes sense for her to be shaken. She's been through a lot in a very short amount of time. The loot is estimated to be around 30 million. Dear God, I want that loot. I need to be like a big YouTuber or a big Twitch streamer one day in order to get loot. Loot. So the talk with John. Lulu grows suspicious. Lulu scours her parents' documents more. She finds a promising lead. But to follow the lead, she needs to get access to Buckingham Palace. I'm wondering if this can all be in the same one. So it ends with she needs to get access to Buckingham Palace. Chapter 17. Lulu approaches a Queen's Guard, asking them to send word to the Queen. Oh! She needs to meet. At first, the guard refuses. A heated argument ensues. The argument is soon broken up by another figure, surprising Lulu. Oh, what's happening here? Chapter 18. The figure, Queen Victoria, grants Lulu's request, but only grants her 30 minutes. This is crazy! Lulu explains her plight, intriguing the Queen. The Queen then tells Lulu an old tale, a tale of an untold child of Britain royalty. Lulu grows intrigued as the Queen mentions Morgana Le Fay. The Queen grants her access to Buckingham Palace's underground, a strange place connected to the otherworld. My lo-fis. I'm restarting my lo-fis. Who's the other figure? Beneath Buckingham Palace, Lulu finds a medieval tunnel leading to a strange door. Opening the door, Lulu once again finds herself in Otherworld. As she walks through Otherworld, she encounters creatures she thought were only myth. As she continues, she's confronted by 3 women. It looks like it said Morigna. I know it's not. I know it's probably said another way. Oh, the other figure is the Queen? She meets the Queen outside. Okay, so she's arguing with the guard, saying, hey, I need to meet the Queen. Guard's refusing. Heated argument. The argument's soon broken up by another figure. Surprising Lulu, it's the Queen. The figure Queen. Oh, it actually said it. See, this is why it's good that I give you guys critique while you're here, because you can remind me that I literally read something and my brain just didn't process it. So yeah, the figure is Queen Victoria, and she grants Lulu's request. That's interesting. Which meets the 3 women. We're going to show Lulu the past, present, and possible future. Lulu asked who Jack the Ripper really is, to which they say to answer that is to deny the future its favored course. Oh. I'm wondering This feels like it needs to be longer for a whole chapter. Same thing, like if this is the whole chapter, it might be able to be combined with what you have for chapter 19. I'm wondering, there is 3 of them. Right, past, present, and future. Isn't the Morgan not Marigna in chapter 19? Let's see. Marigna and the Marigna. Okay, but chapter 19 and 20 both say it the same way. There is the Morrigan, that is something. That is yeah, this is the 3 great Greek fates. Oh, it is the Morrigan. Okay, it's just another word. I wanted to say Morgan. But yeah, this is just another way to spell it. Okay. I'm wondering if she should get 3 answers. Because it is the 3 sisters, right? So like maybe the past says something like and it depends on how you want to, depending on what the character is. I haven't gotten to that point yet. But if the past said something kind of useless about him, like, oh, the past says like, oh, he's a baby, or he's yet to be born, or it's someone like thousands of years yet to come, like she's completely in the past, she's not helpful. She's a triple goddess, often used as one. Yeah, she's a trinity goddess. Very much people do a lot of it's like and unlike with Christian myth, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's 3 deities that are one, but in Christianity it's known as a single god. It's just 3 aspects of one god. The Morgan is kind of the opposite of that. She is a triple goddess that is also one, but she is 3 separate. So different religions, different belief systems will approach stuff like that differently. In Christianity, they keep it as like, oh yeah, God's just one God. He just has 3 faces: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Morgan, it's they're more distinct. At least the way I understand it. Could that be wrong? Yeah. I only know what I know, and I don't know a lot. So yeah, if the past says something, the present may say something like ominous, like oh, who Jack the Ripper really is. He's someone on your trail. He's someone hunting you, something like that, right? So like, and it's like, yeah, that's ominous, but it's not helpful. And the possible future might say, the answer to that is to deny the future its favorite course, right? So each of them have maybe a different response. That should be a bit more useless to Lulu's question. And it depends. You can do something like, again, I don't know yet. This is just examples. If it is John, right? If it's a friend of hers, they could do something ominous like, oh, somebody you once knew, something like that, right? Somebody you've met. If it's not John, if it's like actual, like if this is a demigod on the loose who's just hunting people now for a ritual sacrifice. The past might be someone from many, many years before you ever existed, right? So it can maybe do like a little hint. That's still kind of useless. If Jack the Ripper is just a normal guy who's trying to do like demonic raisings to interact with the netherworld or something, then they'll be like, oh, somebody who wasn't always evil. Somebody before his heart blackened, something like that. You can do something poetic with it to like make it a bit stronger about his past, but I think, yeah, it should be kind of useless. The present could be really ominous, like, yeah, it's somebody right behind you, it's somebody on your trail, it's somebody who's hunting you, and she's like, oh yeah, that's why I came here, to ask you fuckers for help. And the future is like, bye bitch, bye Felicia, I'm not giving you shit. Chapter 21, but yeah, I think these 2 could maybe be combined. Lulu continues to explore Otherworld. Soon she's attacked by magical means. Lulu meets Morgana, who mocks her progress. Lulu asked her goal, to which Morgana simply says, "What was lost shall be mine again," in Old Welsh. Morgana forcibly ejects Lulu from Otherworld. Lulu talks to John again at St. Paul's Cathedral. He is strangely covered in blood. As they speak, John mutters, "What was lost will be mine." Oh, he's looking more sus. I see his shadow beside you type thing. Yeah. Lulu grows more suspicious and decides to ask John to spend the night with her. He agrees, much to her surprise. Lulu and John share an intimate moment. What? Why are you guys having an intimate moment? He's spooky. Lulu hoping to use their new romance to pry info from him later. Lulu falls asleep and dreams of when she discovered her parents' death scene. When she discovered her parents' death, she wakes in a cold sweat at night. Lulu goes to the Tower of London, meeting a shadowy figure. He uses magic to conjure a strange space around them. He then asks her a riddle, and that it contains clues to his next target. But if she gets it wrong 3 times, she dies. Jack tells her the riddle. I'll sleep with you for info. Definitely info. Just for information, no ulterior motives here. She gets it wrong twice. Oh, that's spooky. That's why he mistakes. He asked her one last time. Instead of answering, she fights him. I was wondering, like, why don't you just stab him? Managing to cut him with his own dagger. Unable to keep the spell going, Jack flees, saying the game has changed. Lulu will have to catch him before his next and final murder. Okay. If Jack isn't John, if John's a red herring, and Jack the Ripper is something more supernatural, this could be a really, really cool bit here of like he's doing this demigod magic maybe, or this godly spiritual magic, and he tells her, hey, here's a game, here's something, and then she breaks the game, right? She does the two tries, and then she instead tries to stab him instead of answering for the 3rd time. And then he's like, oh, the game has changed. There's normally a lot of repercussions if you break rules in games or deals with supernatural entities. So if he's not just a person, if he is a supernatural entity, this could actually lead to horrific stuff, to karma, in a bad cosmic sense, happening to Lulu. Act 3. Lulu and Jack. Lulu talks to the Bobbies for more info on the Ripper, believing they might have information she needs. All they reveal is a letter from the Ripper. Oh, they actually show her something. That's interesting. Lulu vaguely recognizes the handwriting. She leaves in a rush looking for John. So at this point, the Bobbies have attempted to arrest her. They did arrest her, but they didn't have enough concrete evidence. She seemed innocent. So they've released her. She stumbled upon other crime scenes. I'm not sure if the Bobbies realized she was there or not, but she has stumbled upon other scenes. And now they're actually giving a possible suspect a letter from the Ripper. I'm wondering, it could happen. You could go definitely with the slant of like, oh yeah, like the Bobbies are stupid, cops are stupid, they'll just show this stuff to anyone even when they shouldn't. Maybe she steals the letter. Ulterior cop motive on the cop. The cop wants to sleep with her for info too. Oh no. Or maybe, because we haven't seen Mary Kelly in a while, does Mary Kelly work with the cops? Maybe Mary Kelly could give us info. I'm not sure. There might be some more info here. She leaves in a rush looking for John. Seems John's looking more and more suspect. Lulu speaks to John. She's tending to a strange wound. Girl. Lulu decides to help tend to it, which John is initially resistant to. Lulu tells him that if he wants to be her partner, he'll have to let her. As she tends the wound, she realizes that it's the same one she inflicted on the Ripper. Lulu doesn't tell John her suspicion. Instead, she offers John a night of revelry. John accepts. Girl, Please, you're supposed to be smart. In real life, she was a working lady, so I see her as a spy-type character. For Mary Kelly or for Lulu? Chapter 27. Lulu wakes up satisfied with the night. She continues to search for the Ripper for several days. Girl, you know who it is. As she looks through her parents' document, she notices John writing a strange letter, which he refuses to let her read. Lulu, angry, storms out and meets with a local working lady, Mary Kelly. Oh, this is your character you're weaving in more. Over tea, they talk about the Ripper. But even as they talk, Lulu has a sinking feeling. Lulu is called to the Bobbies when they receive another letter from Hell. Confused as to why she's required for a strange Ripper letter, the Bobbies hand her a note also from the Ripper. The Bobbies explain it was delivered by a strange Welsh woman calling herself Morgan. Lulu reads the letter, an invite to meet in 10 days' time. Lulu sees no choice. Okay. The Bobbies would be so mad that they're playing post office worker for this girl. So I see. Okay, Mary Kelly. Yeah, she's the... Lulu meets with Morgan. They discuss... This is 10 days later. Lulu meets with Morgan. They discuss Lulu's parents' research. As they speak, Lulu asks Morgan about herself, to which Morgan goes into a strange tale about the Welsh countryside. Lulu decides against continuing the conversation and instead asks about a strange story she connected with. Morgan seems to recognize the story and tells Lulu about a lost daughter of King Arthur, who'd gone missing after the fall of Camelot. As Lulu leaves, a Bobby tells her they'd received another letter from Hell with half a kidney. Strange lass came in, just like she was from a run fair. Left us a note. It's for you. You deal with it, please. Okay. Oh, maybe she hasn't died in 10 days' time. I've gone missing after a fall of Camelot. This conversation is cool. I'm not sure if it actually gives Lulu anything she hasn't already known. So she meets with the Morgan. They discuss her parents' research. She's been reading their papers over 10 days, at least probably. She asks Morgan about herself. Morgan tells a strange tale about the Welsh countryside. I'm going to assume that tale might have been in the parents' research too. Instead of continuing that, she instead asks about a strange story that she already knows about connected with. The Morgan seems to recognize the story and tells Lulu about a lost daughter of King Arthur who gone missing after the fall of Camelot. It's giving clues of Morgan's history. Yeah. As Lulu leaves, yeah. So it's giving clues, but it's most of the chapter for stuff that I think logically Lulu might already have an idea of. And then the Bobby tells her they received another letter from Hell with half a kidney. So they somehow found her. Where are they that the Bobbies could find her? Is it in her own home? Maybe, because this is a goddess. She could have just shown up in her living room. Lulu studies the kidney and speculates it might have been Catherine Eddowes. Oh, how does Lulu know? What is Lulu's job? We know that John's only her colleague because they both study the occult. Did you know that fake goddess is now working as a Hollywood actor? Morgan Freeman. Oh no. Is she a doctor? Is she a surgeon? John is a surgeon. He's a surgeon, and she's a freelance investigator at this point. Oh, so the Bobbies really hate her. That's what I'm hearing. Walking the streets of London, Lulu wonders what the Ripper's goals are. As she wanders near Buck's Row, she encounters John. I'm gonna guess maybe he's not supposed to be there. John joins her for a walk, and they encounter Mary Kelly again. Oh my goodness. Lulu noticed how John seems to take an immediate interest in her when she mentions how strange happenings are occurring in Whitechapel, and even across all of London. John warns her to stay safe as the Ripper is still at large. So yeah. With your current edits, and again, I know this is because it's in editing. It's because it's in editing, so I understand that. This is just to let you know. But in your newly revised chapter 1, John has already met Mary Kelly. So I think if he had an interest in her as like a possible person to murder because she's a working lady, this might have been where he seemed interested in her, quote unquote, even if he didn't warn her about the murders, because the murders seemed to be still new in chapter 1. He would seem interested here, and he would recognize her in chapter 30. Just a little help. Growing interest might be better. Yep, it's easy. John warns her to stay safe as the Ripper is still at large. Lulu wanders Whitechapel again at night, hoping to encounter the Ripper once more. The streets are oddly silent. Does she have weapons? Does she have knives? Does she have a gun? Do we have guns at this point? I think we do. I feel like we do. Does she have a bat? The 3 holy men brought gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Murder! Murder. The streets are oddly silent. As Lulu wanders, she comes across a strange pentagram. It glows and guides her to another pentagram and then another, until she reaches her parents' graves. Is no one else out at night? And her parents' graves, well, no, at this point, the Ripper's at large, and then people are staying out of the streets in this area more. That makes sense. That makes sense. And then another until she reaches her parents' graves. At her parents' graves, a man covers her mouth and whispers in her ear. He tells her that the Oswald's research cannot reach the light of day. Lulu recognizes the voice. As the man leaves, she takes in the figure of Jack the Ripper. As she calls out, he disappears like a leaf on the wind. I feel like she'd carry a dagger or a knife minimum. Yeah. She's got to be ready. I mean, she stabbed Jack the Ripper the first time with his own knife, but now she's got to have her own knives. She's got to be ready for stabbing. Myrrh was the wordle of the day on the 19th this month. Oh, pretty much everyone failed that one. I bet. I don't do Wordle. Maybe that would be a fun thing to incorporate into the stream. Me trying to do the Wordle of the day. I'll probably fail so bad. I don't know if I'm good at those kind of games. I'm surprised he doesn't try to kill her. Lulu reads the news. Mary Kelly is dead. Mary Kelly, no. My girl. They always take the good ones. She visits the site of the murder. It's the most ghastly sight yet, and on the walls, written in Mary's own blood, are the words, "Soon it all changes." The Bobbies ask Lulu what it means. Lulu rushes out, needing to confront John, strongly suspecting him to be the Ripper. Yeah, girl, you should be suspecting this earlier. Lulu going nifty. Yeah, from Aspen Hotel. Yeah. Stab, stab, stab. Chapter 33. Okay, tremors begin all across London. Lulu can't find John, who has now been missing for several days. Lulu goes to St. Paul's, and the tremors only worsen. An idea comes to mind, and Lulu goes to John's old family estate. There, she finds more about John and his childhood. In John's old room, she notices the name Jack in several books about Arthurian legend, in particular, stories about Morgana Le Fay. Yeah, see? You're late? No, Noxley, why do you feel bad? I'm just happy to see you here. It's so funny, I actually started the stream and I'm like, oh, Noxley's probably gonna jump scare me in a second. And then you didn't. So see, you're only ever late when I'm expecting you to be there. So I gotta lower my expectations. That's the bit. You gotta actually surprise me, and then you're always on time. You were busy reading fanfics? Well, I was that this morning. I was late getting out of bed because I was catching up on some. Oh my goodness. A wizard is never late, nor is he early. Yeah, that's right, he's exactly on time when he's supposed to be. Something like that. I probably messed it up, but it's something like that. He's always precisely where he needs to be and when. Something like that. Okay. Stories about Morgana Le Fay. Lulu also discovers John has been studying anatomy and magic. It shouldn't be surprising he's studying anatomy, he is a surgeon, but the magic. And she realizes she has all the evidence she needs. John Remington is Jack the Ripper. But before she can leave, Lulu's head is covered with a bag. He always arrives at precisely the time he means to. Thank you. Thank you. I said it in 20 bajillion other different ways that were wrong. Thank you for saying it the right way for me. Unless he's Dumbledore. Yep. What do you call a wizard who falls down the stairs? I don't know. What do you call him? What do you call it? I feel like at this point, not even at this point, I feel like a little bit earlier, a lot of the people reading it might be getting upset with Lulu for kind of ignoring the obvious. It feels pretty like clear earlier on that John is sus, and not like, you know, red herring sus. He feels like a pretty strong, clear-cut thing of like, yeah, that's the guy. So I feel like at this point, readers might be getting... So I think either have her not be as surprised earlier on that she's maybe purposefully getting close to him because she suspects he knows something or he's connected, and therefore it's this cat and mouse game with them assuming John is Jack the Ripper, and maybe Jack thinks that she knows that he knows, like that. It could be a little bit cat and mouse. Or earlier on, maybe get rid of a few of the signs. It doesn't need to jump straight to the sleeping with him. It could even just be like engaging, interacting with him more. Maybe it's not her colleague, because colleague makes me look like she's known this guy for years, or at least for a while. I don't know, I'm thinking. I'm gonna think about it in the back of my head. I'm thinking about it. Let me think about it. Because I'm like, either it could be a new person. He is a surgeon. He could maybe be a surgeon working with the Bobbies, and that's why he was heading there. Because he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to this crime scene. What are you ladies doing out here? And then she's like, oh, I'm an investigator, and she joins him on the crime scene and their talk, and then as there are more and more murders, she interacts with him more, and then maybe he quote unquote helps her. He gives her clues about like the bodies and the murders and stuff in the morgue as he's like examining them, and that gives her an excuse to meet him with all the scenes where she keeps meeting up with John, and then she would even feel comfortable enough to tell him like, oh god, I've been attacked, somebody attacked me, and then he was like, oh yeah, you should go to the police about that. You should tell the cops about that. They'll totally believe you. And then she's like, oh, okay, you're saying it a little creepy right there. That the lighting gets really ominous now. Why does the music sound creepy and like you're about to betray me? Okay, yeah, let me go to the police. And then, you know what I mean? And maybe he would be the inside person to guide her along. Because it sounds like Jack the Ripper's leaving her clues in the Jack the Ripper persona. He's writing her message, he's sending her the letters, he's quizzing her, he's doing the riddle game with her. Jack the Ripper persona is interacting with her, so maybe she's interacting with the John persona as he's a surgeon in the morgue, and that would explain why they're interacting more and more, why she might trust him at first, why those little things that for a random person she knows would be like obvious red flags. So like, yeah, why is he Why is he covered in blood? Why is he so invested in this case? Why is he making notes about, oh yeah, watch out, Jack the Ripper's on the loose? It seems very obvious when he's a person outside of it who's just loosely connected to her as a friend, and that for some reason she doesn't suspect this creepy friend she's known for years. But if it's a new person and she's building up trust with him, and it makes sense he's connected to the case because he's working on it. Yeah, that could work actually. Yeah, that's what this is all about. Just making spaghetti. Where was I? Fuck. Mary Kelly is dead. That's right, my girl. I'm so upset about my girl. And then there's these tremors. So she's exploring it. Then she wouldn't know about this as a colleague. I'm like, yeah, as a colleague, he already knows he's interested in the magic. But as this surgeon, as this mortician guy, she's now investigating his home, and then she come across this occult stuff and this magic stuff and the Arthurian legend stuff, and she's like, oh, wait, I think this fucker's involved in this more than just being the surgeon mortician dude. I think he's actually involved in all the cult shit. And then, before she can leave, Lulu's head is covered with a bag. Chapter 34. The bag is ripped off Lulu's head. She finds herself in London's underground. She is quickly confronted by Morgana Le Fay and Jack the Ripper. Morgana tells Lulu she'll die in London's underground, but she's required for one last act. Lulu tries to resist, but learns she's shackled to a pentagram. Lulu asks Morgana what she's needed for, and Morgana merely asks Jack to start. Jack starts carving a pentagram around Lulu. Wait. She's already shackled to a pentagram. Jack starts carving a pentagram, but she's shackled to one. Around Lulu as Lulu talks to him, calling him John. She asks why he's doing this. John replies with, Morgana is the future. As they talk, a strange crystal glows blood red. Lulu deduces it's part of something ancient. Morgana is impressed, talking about an island city-state with advanced magitech. Then a pentagram glows underneath Lulu. Morgana explains she needs Lulu's body as an offering to break the barrier to the netherworld. She makes cuts along Lulu's body in the shape of a pentagram. The crystal activates, knocking Lulu unconscious. Just a brain fart there? Okay. It's one of those giant worms from the 90s movies. I remember that movie. Yes, the medical knight. Sir John. Sir John. Dumbledore. Snape. Severus Snape. Dumbledore. Magitech seems a little out of place. Okay, we're almost at the end. Lulu wakes, sprawled on the ground, still naked, but something feels different to her. As she stands, Morgana and Jack are shocked. Lulu realizes whatever ritual they tried performing failed, at least in the terms of the result they wanted. Jack attacks Lulu, Lulu quickly defending herself. To her astonishment, she easily knocks him several feet away. Morgana grows furious and realizes what the ritual did. Lulu quickly deduces the ritual was meant to revive someone, and that instead it made Lulu a demigod. Dodging another attack, Lulu positions herself over the pentagram and incants something she read in her parents' study. Conjuring new clothes, Morgana orders Jack to kill Lulu. I would maybe... if she starts the chapter here just naked and then one fight scene, then she conjures new clothes. I'm wondering if it's really necessary for her to have not had her clothes. If she's going to get them right back here. Morgana orders Jack to kill Lulu. I really want to get my chocolate over there. It's fine. Lulu and Jack fight, and Lulu discovers she now has clairvoyance, but can only see mere moments ahead. Lulu manages to hold her own, but is physically outmatched. Jack mocks Lulu's parents as they fight, saying how killing them was a delight. He overpowers her, knocking into the pentagram again. As he moves to stab her, Lulu takes advantage of her knowledge and activates the pentagram, teleporting them to St. Paul's. Oh. Let me see here. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oof. There's a bot. I know, I got rid of it. It's fine, it's fine. I got it. You forgot the... You forgot the nakedness. Hello, hello, Drowning. Welcome on in. We're going through a Sir Chatty Matty in the chats story outline right now, and we're giving feedback and critique as we go. And that's what this is all about. People submit their stuff, and we try to give one or two pieces of critique to always help writing be a little bit stronger than it was before you joined us. So if that's kind of your vibe, then welcome on in and hang out with us. So, Lulu and Jack fight. So she now has clairvoyance and she has physical strength. And activates the pentagram, teleporting them to St. Paul's. Jack soon realizes what Lulu did, expose him to the public. As Lulu stands, the Bobbies nearby rush in. Lulu asks the Bobbies to stand down for the moment, confessing her love for John. John hesitates, but ultimately surrenders to Lulu. But Morgana appears and kills him, then wipes the public's memory. She then flees. In 1900, Lulu begins tracking demigods in her parents' study, showing particular interest in two names. Saga Listed, I'm not quite sure familiar with this one, and a Pendragon. Oh, and I think that sets up pretty well for it to be maybe a series of her continuing on her adventures. You can have book 2 following the new people. What do vegan zombies say? Grains! Yes, yes, yes. Oh, do you know Sir Chatty Matty? Drowning? That's so funny. I feel like a lot of people here in the reading and writing category on Twitch seem to know each other. If you guys have been here for a while, I hear a lot of them, you guys all seem familiar with each other already. That's a very nice, cozy community. So I'm wondering... You watch their streams! Chatty Matty, you're famous! This is part of her multiple book series. Yeah, okay, so that works out. I'm like, yeah, this was setting up for a book 2. This feels... It doesn't feel like it's a cliffhanger. It feels like a pretty nice segue where it could end here, but it's also open to do a brand new cool adventure following Lulu for a book series. It feels like a pretty good mix. If you're worried about the ending, I think this is a pretty good ending. I like this ending, with her looking at these names and wanting to track down demigods. I think that's a nice wrap up. I'm wondering if you like them. Well, yeah, if they watch your stream multiple times, I would think so. So let's see here. We have this fight scene. Oh, so you know the frequent streamers. That's really cool. Yeah, and it seems like such a nice cozy area here. This is a nice cozy part of Twitch. I really like it. I'm wondering... So here she does admit she likes John. Which, yeah, for his John persona, I could see him being a catch, right? You have a huge story Bible if you want to see it. Sure, I can't promise I'll go through all of it, but you could still share it. You can share it in story submissions. I know some people don't like sharing this whole story Bible in story submissions. You could also just directly DM it to me if you don't want everyone to have access to it. It's whatever you want. Is my lo-fi almost over? Yeah. So she does admit her love to John, even knowing that he is the Ripper. I think maybe to make that stronger, to make that a more plausible lost love story here, because he does die, so it's not... She doesn't get to be with him. But I'm wondering if when she doesn't... Let's see here. Okay, well, two things. You can tell me if this works for you or not. This is against spaghetti. I'm wondering, rather than the ritual making her a demigod, so she wasn't a demigod previously. Let me highlight the... It's meant to revive someone, and then instead it made Lulu a demigod. That's where it's at. So this ritual makes her a demigod. She seems too special for them to be so focused on her and like battle of the minds, keeping her alive for all this stuff. If she was just a normal person for this ritual sacrifice, they could have gotten anyone for the ritual sacrifice, you know what I mean, if they were a normal human. So I'm wondering if it might make a little bit more sense of the reason why they wanted to keep her alive and use her for this ritual is because she was already a demigod. And that's what they're like, yeah, we need to sacrifice a demigod who maybe is unaware they're one, so they can't fight back on us, their powers aren't activated, and we'll use one of those to bring back somebody important. You're back. It was a short trail. Whose stories? This is still Sir Chatty Matty. We finished their story outline for their book 1 of a series, and we're just giving some little feedback on maybe ways to tweak it a bit. But hello, it's so good to see you again, Ajuna. I hope you had fun. I hope everyone was safe. So I'm wondering if maybe she was always a demigod and she just didn't know it. They're using her because she's this unaware demigod. It's going to kill her. It's going to sacrifice her to bring somebody else back that Morgana actually cares about. And then John, who's Jack the Ripper, is like still oh hello, oh my goodness, hello. What is this? Oh thank you, resubscribe, thank you. Thank you so much for the sub, Noxley. I appreciate it. I always get so embarrassed. I'm like, oh yeah, people actually like this enough to like sub here. Thank you so much. Can you submit fan fiction? Yes, you can. The only rule is, again, no spicy content. If there is spicy content, you can just submit the stuff before or after it. Hello. Thank you for the follow, Drowning. It's good to have you here. I hope you enjoy Cryptid Cult. But yeah, no spicy stuff. And then I'll still critique it and review it. I do blah blah blah. I do say the caveat of if it's a fandom I'm not part of, I can't give critique on if the characters are in character or out of character. I just do critique on the flow of the story, the pacing, stuff like that. I can only critique that. I might not know the characters in the fandom you're writing for. But yeah, fanfiction is more than welcomed here. It's mostly story ideas in there so far. For this, yeah, and that's totally fine. This is an absolutely valid way, and I hope that this is giving you useful information that makes this process easier. When you share and critique at this stage, it's really helpfill because you fix a lot of issues before they actually become issues. That's why I love reading stuff at this stage. You did a Harry Potter fic, but it's the Marauders Marauders era. Oh, there's a stream. Oh, 3 stream streak. Thank you so much, Sua. So most lore is speculative. But hey, that's always fun. That's why fan fiction exists, right? It's so we can have fun with canon and like play with it like Play-Doh. But yeah, I'm wondering if she should already be a demigod, just not realize. And that's why her parents were so interested in it, because one of them or both of them are descended from demigods or something. Like they might have been researching their lineage, and that's why they killed them, or maybe they fought and they like got killed in the fight before they could be kidnapped for the ritual. Maybe they were going to use her parents for the ritual. You're working on a new fanfic today, going on 5k words, and I'm loving how it's going despite it being very first drafty. Hey, I'm glad you're having fun with the story. Demigods in the story can be bestowed that status too. Yeah, that's why there's a lot of fun ways to go about it when you're working with mythology and magic. And YW, what's YW? But yeah, I'm wondering if, but it explains why they would have killed her parents. If they might have wanted to be like, oh yeah, like her dad is a demigod, like we're gonna yoink him for the ritual, and he was like, nope, and he fought back, and he died, and they were like, shit, we were supposed to kidnap him for the ritual, and then he died, and then the mom was like, oh no, you killed my husband. They're like, okay, we're gonna kill this bitch too. Like, or it could be vice versa. The mom could have been a demigod, the dad could have been like, you killed my wife, and then he had to die too. And then they're like, wait, the girl is probably a demigod too. We can work with this. Okay, we'll finish all the other murders, and we'll work up to having our ritual ready, and then we'll lure her, and we won't kill her early. like we did with her parents, and we'll lure her to the sacrifice area, and then we'll get her. Then she'll get got. Yeah, or they confuse them with Lulu. Yeah, something like that. I feel like that should explain why they were targeting her parents. It's kind of angsty, but I feel like that's most of my fix. Hopefully the Clarent of this universe is safe. You see, the cryptids are excited on the matters of murder. When I did my November rough draft ride along, where you guys were watching me for 30 days straight writing my rough draft live on stream, there was a lot of murder. Oh no. Yeah, hopefully Clarent is safe. We love ourselves a Clarent. So I'm wondering, yeah, if maybe she somehow that was explain it. And the part 2 of that idea is the pentagram didn't work, this ritual didn't work. Maybe because John... Hold on, let me find what it is. The ritual was meant to revive someone. She was supposed to be sacrificed to revive someone else. And instead it didn't, and maybe awakened her demigod powers. And then she can start fighting. I'm wondering if maybe John did something. Because John's going out, he's carving the pentagram. He's doing all this stuff, and Morgana's just watching and chatting away with her evil villain monologue. If there are 1,000 pentagrams, is that a pentakilo? Maybe. I'm not living that one down. Poor Clarent. Y'all's too good at thinking about these writing things. No one I know can do that this good. That's why I say finding really good critique partners, and I'm not saying I'm a really good critique partner, but just finding good critique partners is needle in a haystack. It's once you find it, you hold on to a critique partner. Oh my god. Hello, welcome in, Occult. Funnily enough, we're working with an occult murder story here with gods and demigods and Jack the Ripper, and we're reading Sir Chatty Matty in streams outline right now and giving critique and feedback on that. So if that's something you're interested in, welcome on in. But yeah, I'm wondering if John he also maybe has feelings for Lulu. He messed with the ritual, that way it didn't kill her, and that's why Morgana will then later appear and kill him. She realizes John's the weak link here, that John actually has feelings for Lulu. And so Morgana appears and kills him. He's not useful to her anymore because he messed with the ritual. He didn't kill Lulu. And Lulu then declares her love for him. And then when he hesitates, like, Morgana's like, yeah, this dude's the weak link, and she kills him. And that would make this a little bit a more tight story for John. Hello? Oh, do you know Occult? Yeah, just heard about some pentagrams and such. Interesting. Yeah, it seems the main magic symbol here is pentagrams. I'm not quite sure if that aligns with ancient Morgana Le Fay over here. I'm wondering if there could be some more ancient, like, you know, like ye old Britain symbols that might have been occult for them, that maybe they could use too. But I know this is also the quick rough draft, so like pentagrams could just been a placeholder for, like, yeah, spooky symbols, spooky occult symbols, they're doing spooky things. But I wonder if there would be, if you did research into it in the future when you're writing this, if there would be other symbols that might have more meaning to Morgana Le Fay. Yeah, you can look up Welsh and Cornwall related stuff. Yeah, that's the sucky part, isn't it? Us going down rabbit holes of all the research and stuff, and then you like emerge like hours later like, oh, I didn't get any writing done, but now I know so much. Oh no. Yeah, so it seems like so far I gave you some good ideas to change the script around a little bit. Just make it those few little plot holes before they become plot holes, where we're fixing them up or patching them now. I hope that helps a bit. Thank you so much for submitting this. It was a pleasure to read. I think it's really interesting. I love a lot of these concepts. I love Jack the Ripper. I love occult stuff. I love murders, as you can tell with my own writing. I think it's really, really strong. And yeah, just going through and fixing some of those little things along the way, I hope will make it even stronger and even closer to the story that you want to tell. You figured you'd check out the writing and reading category? Been a long time since I've done either, really. But that's its own thing. A long time ago. Oh, hold on. In a land not so far away, I was getting an MFA in creative writing and teaching workshops and doing all sorts of good things like that. Wow. Figured I'd see what's going on out there and if I could help anybody else somehow. So here you are. That's incredible. Yeah, and I do admit, as long as everyone in chat is nice, we never say anything mean about anyone's writing because they're trusting us with their writing. But yeah, you guys in chat too can also give critique and feedback if you guys have any ideas. If you guys disagree with any hints that I gave and you had another way that maybe it could be a better piece, please feel free to say it in chat. And Occult, there is also a Discord. Everyone submits their writing through the Discord in story submissions. So you can submit your own stuff there, or if you wanted to give critique and be a beta reader, all their stuff is available in that Discord link. You can just scroll through all the Google Docs there, and you guys can give feedback in the Discord. You want to find a beta reader for my fics soon, but I would need to actually write the fics. Yep. You know a little too much about medieval times because of how often I write in that time period. We were doing critique yesterday. I forget, they were doing a Merlin, BBC Merlin fanfic, and we were critiquing that, and there was one particular section talking about the gloves, and I was like, okay, this isn't like a story critique, this is about the gloves, is that okay? And they were like, oh, what is it? And I was like, me and Mama Cryptid and Papa Cryptid do historical costuming reenactments. I do more 18th century, which they laugh at me and say is late period. Mama and Papa Cryptid, I think, work in, I think, mostly 14th and 16th century, but I could be getting that wrong. But we...
14th century mafia.
Okay, oh, Mama Cryptid's there in the corner saying 14th century mafia. They spit on all the other centuries. They say they're not as good. Anyway, we do historical costuming. We have made a lot of the clothes. We study the clothes. I do a lot of period accurate hand sewing. We get a lot of accurate materials and thread and hand needles, and we do a lot of stuff. And I was like, anyway, the thing you're writing about the gloves here isn't quite makes sense, because they said it was leather gloves with a wool lining that peasants couldn't afford. And I was like, well, actually, peasants could afford that. Peasants would be working with the wool. A lot of peasants still had access to leather. So it would be absolutely normal for many peasants, as just part of their... Peasants' hands get cold too. They want to keep their hands warm. They're raising sheep. Of course, they would put the wool inside their gloves to stay warm. So it would be normal for peasants to have wool and leather gloves. What would make it more outside of a peasant's price range might be like the colors that they dyed the leather, any embroidery or trim, something about it to make it fancier and noticeably fancier. But general in knights. Silk? Oh, Mama Cryptid's over here saying silk. Silk, like someone says, like alcohol, gin, silk. Oh, was it you, Natalie? You ended up changing that pot, and I really do like it so much better, so thank you for that. Oh. Yeah, okay, see, it was you. Yeah, I wasn't... I'm tired, y'all, but stuff like that, so I'm like, oh yeah, when you have somebody who knows things about a particular topic, John, and you're talking about, medieval times because you write about that time period a lot. It's funny. The more people you have eyes on your writing, the more knowledge they'll bring to the table. You've researched so much, your autocorrect switches OBS to OBGYN. Like, thanks, autocorrect. Yes, mean is not your territory. All mean comments for someone's writing should get a person tossed into a pit of angry bumblebees. Don't do that to the bees. We want to be nicer to the bees too. Just run them over with a car. That's more environmentally friendly. Oh, everyone says hello to Mama Cryptid. We have people saying hello. Mothman the dog is on the carpet again. A lot of your demigod stuff is all in the medieval periods? Nice. I did not think of the bees. Apologies. Yep. So fun fact, yeah. Compared to tossing people into a pile of bees. But the car isn't environmentally friendly. It could be one of those electric cars. It could be a bus carrying multitudes of people to their destinations in a well planned out walkable city with good public transportation needs. Also, the Barry, you crafty fox, my Kitsune-inspired character. That's racist. I love that. You feel like you should learn more about the medieval period because Merlin is your main fandom. Hey, and it doesn't even have to be like hardcore research. There could be like fun stuff that you just like dip your toes in. Like if you're interested in one particular thing, and there's like, I know some documentaries are boring, but there are some really good documentaries too. And you're like, actually, medieval beekeeping sounds crazy. What were they doing? And you see like one documentary about that. Dipping your toes into stuff, you know, like when you're interested learning new stuff and you don't want to like fully commit, you just dip your toes into it. But yeah, for me and Mama Cryptid, it's mostly we learn a lot of stuff more through costuming. Papa Cryptid, he learns more about stuff through archery. He is one of the master archers. So that's normally a way to get him involved in stuff. Do I have the emote for that? For toes? I hope not. That says more about you, creative one. But yeah, and then like if your main thing is maybe even knights, or learning about, if your main thing is Merlin, like affairs and secret love stories in the medieval period and how did that work, you could look up documentaries specifically about that. Creative one, I'm gonna ban you. No, I hate it. Oh. Prefer to give you story about on stream if you like. Okay. But yeah, for Noxley, normally you don't. It can be really overwhelming if you want to learn everything about something like it's a class. Classrooms aren't meant to really teach you things in an engaging way. Normally it's more insightful and you learn more things if it's actually about a topic you're interested in. So yeah, if learning about knights specifically, or jousting tournaments, or they have a lot of horses back then, I feel like I'm actually really interested in horses. Like how were horse breeders and how was horse training in medieval times? How did the knights acquire that? Whatever it is, I would say that would be the thing you focus on, and then you'll kind of learn adjacent things around it over time. You have researched quite a bit about armor for another long fic. Yeah, see, armor's a big thing. Merlin actually has a really rich history of varying types of literature, everything from fiction to speculative nonfiction to actual historical text. Blah. And on top of that, esoteric literature. You can look up Hermes Trismegistus. I know I said that wrong, my bad. An inspiration for Merlin, for a good way to see how much stuff you can find out there that might capture attention. Thank you so much, Occult. That sounds like a great resource. Seems that there was a court of relevance that didn't believe it was relevant enough. You also have a lot of random info of how feeding tubes work. Merlin has believers and worshippers even today all over the world. Lots of fun stuff to read about. Hermes Trismegistus. That still sounds like I'm saying it wrong. Oh well. Hopefully you guys don't leave me just for saying things wrong, because I hate to tell you, it's gonna happen more than once. Yet the ancient city-state stuff also helps tell you the first major arc in the story universe. Sorry, I didn't know there was a dress code. I got Tris right. Hermes? Oh, it's like Herpes, Hermes. I was thinking, because there's the brand. And I think the brand wants you to say it Hermes, right? And everyone's like, but isn't it Hermes? And they're like, no. And it's like, but it's spelled the same. And I think the brand was throwing me off, the way the brand pronounces it. I'm not even gonna try. You guys are trying to help me say it. I'm already moving on. So sorry. But yeah, I think that was a good like first little round of critiques and feedback. But overall, I think it is really interesting. And then you're still working on adding Mary Kelly a little bit more throughout it. So that is the first one. And thank you so much. It's but pronounced like Heracles, so it's testicles. Oh, I want to hold it. And I'm gonna cough real quick. I'm gonna mute my mic. Oh, okay. There's a hydrate. Let me go. Thank God. I think I muted the mic for that one. That was a horrible cough. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh my goodness. Yes, move on. Okay, so thank you so much, Sir Chatty Matty, for sharing that with us and for being such a wonderful raccoon and hearing feedback and getting critique. I know since I did it myself for all of November, sharing a rough draft or even plot planning any creative work live on stream is really nerve-wracking, especially with the goal of people being able to talk about it and dissect it. Oh my god, sorry, Sir Chatty. I wanted to hold it. The automat's at you again. What was I saying? But yeah, I think all you raccoons who submit your stuff for story time and for critique are very brave, and thank you guys for always being so nice and polite. There's not much to spend these little raccoons coins on. What should I do, Cryptid? 11 sippy. I will ban you. For everyone new joining us, yes, you can do hydrate or dihydrate. For a while, some of my raccoons were a little mischievous. They were mischievous raccoons, and they tried to spam it, and my tummy actually hurt from how many sippies I had. So you can do a few, but do not spam the hydrate or dihydrates. That's the only thing. You can't ever hydrate enough. Okay, here we go. Here's your sippy. Thank you for the hydrate. No, Commander Root showed me how to ban you guys. So yes, for everyone new, I am Cryptid, your favorite local Cryptid, because I'm right here on your screen. My sibling in real life is Roots. They are the only mod here so far, and they are my little raccoon friend. And you guys are all raccoons as well, joining the Cryptid cult. Oh my god, I'm already behind in chat. You still have to beat AC Odyssey. Remember, be Clarent. Cryptid, just don't tell them and go glug glug. Oh wow, so good. Nobody can see you. I don't like lying. Oh no. How about again something we'd had to save up our channel points for a long time for? Yeah, that is the plan. So again, I've only been streaming for, this is the end of my second month. I really started streaming in November for like NaNoWriMo novel writing challenge. And then I got what is it called? I became one of the actual Twitch streamers where you guys can like donate in the same month in 30 days. I was not expecting that amount of attention and feedback on this little stream of me learning how to stream for November. And our community keeps growing every stream, and I'm so excited about that. I want to at some point do the thing where people can save up for points for those little audio redeems. I know people wanted the I'm Blue audio soundtrack to play because I'm a little blue cryptid here on your stream. I also wanted to like some other like spooky sounds, like a chupacabra scream or something like that. I thought that would be funny, especially when I'm doing maybe playing spooky games for you guys to redeem sounds that's like spooky audio to jump scare me. I thought that would be funny. But yes, there is planning, there is stuff in the works for you guys to have more things to use your channel points for. It's I'm just still a baby streamer. It takes time. And just laugh at once like a cat and it's still true. You've been streaming since July or August. Oh wow. You used to stream but been a couple years, I think. I've been going, I'll go live tomorrow since then pretty much. Yeah, well, if you ever do get back involved in it, I'm really enjoying. I was really nervous streaming because I know there's like the thing of like there's a lot of bad like trolls who can appear in your chats. And honestly, besides for the bots, the only annoying thing that's happened is the bots. But all the people here in the reading and writing category have actually been so nice and so kind, and I couldn't have asked for a better place to have started streaming than here. What do you mean we can't see Cryptid? The blue. You guys can see me, right? Yeah, you and me are baby streamers. You and me, chatty batty. Uh, you can help with stream questions too. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, is that a goal? Is that 100? Is that 100 followers? Did we actually reach? Oh my goodness! Wait. Thank you so much. Wait, I'm gonna cough. Hold on. I'm gonna mute. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, you guys didn't want to hear that cough. Oh my goodness! Thank you guys so much. We reached 100 followers before the new year in just 2 months of streaming. That's kind of crazy. Thank you guys so much. Save coins for the hydrate apocalypse. Oh dear God, no. You know, another streamer has dehydrate, which would immediately remove any molecule of water from his body. Hi, to watch deep. If you had one that made the model glare at you, I can. Is it like? Just looks like I'm closing my eyes. I can't really glare too effectively. You're tempted to do the no face or avatar route. But anyway, thank you guys so much. Thank you. Just also follow. Thank you. I feel so spoiled. Thank you guys. This is so great to be starting the new year with. After 2 months of streaming, we're already what is it, affiliate, and we have 100 followers in our little community here of writers and creatives. Oh, given proper tagging, this is the celebration stream. Oh, we get to watch for 100 more hours. Wait a second. Creative one. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about a lot of the warning requirements for Twitch still. That's why, like, again, that there's no spicy stuff on here, both for my comfort level and also because I didn't want to really deal with the tagging. And then the only thing here is, you know, sometimes, even though we're a cozy channel, I do swear sometimes, right? And what was I saying? But that's really kind of it. You don't understand, I don't either, to be honest. Oh no. 1,000 more hours? Really shouldn't have. Good, because I'm not. I did have the idea. I didn't mention it because I didn't want to. We were focused on the reading and critique earlier for Sir Chatty Matty, but I had the idea of, oh, if we reached 100 followers before the new year, I was like, I should do a celebration stream soon. I should like celebrate that after the New Year's. What do you mean sometimes? Oh, okay. You and me, Sir Chatty Matty, we're the same. You understand. What was I saying? But yeah, is there like a special celebration stream you guys want to do after New Year's? 1 billion hours. Ajuna. Gonna smack you with the bad hammer too. Kindred souls. See, and that's the fun part of the writing community here, right? I feel like as we keep going, we're finding more and more readers and writers that are very similar to each other. Not as in like in a bad way. I mean people who like the same stuff as you, who understand the stories you're trying to tell, that you can kind of connect with more. Offers hug to Cryptid. Yes, yes. I don't know if you can hug the model, but yes, I'm just on your screen. You can hug your screen. Dr. Evil Voice. 1 million hours. Cryptid keeps pretending she didn't plan to trap 100 raccoons in her little den. But this raccoon sees through you. Callie, you should know me better than that. The goal is 1,000 raccoons. Did you before you even chatted it? Oh no. You're a huggy guy, yeah. That must make it hard just to do things on stream, right? Because then everything's just digital, everything's virtual. You have an iPhone, the hug will remove you from this chat. Now we do need Cybertrucks to break into. Hello, Nevermore. It's good to see you. And also, like, look at this, Nevermore. I have 100 raccoons. I have 100 raccoon followers. The raccoon army grows ever stronger. What? Hello. Hello, Penny. It's so good to see you. Oh, 7 stream streak. Oh my god, thank you so much, Penny. It's good to see you. We were just chatting. I just got 100 followers, which is kind of crazy. I was not expecting that already. Good to see you. Good job. Fun fact: my demigod star was literally born from all the research that was from Barry's story. Oh, isn't that funny? There's more people in here than normal. A lot of chatting going on. It's not the most there's ever been. We've gotten up to near like 20 or so viewers at a point in time. But yeah, we have a lot of great active chatters here. Hello, and welcome on in. Forgot the banana leaves. Oh no. Doing good. Thank you so much. I still feel like I'm a noob and I'm still learning, and I'm slowly and surely getting better every now and again. But thank you guys all for joining me on this little journey as I slowly get better at being a streamer. Oh my god, is that Mash? Oh my god, wait, it is Mash! Hello! Mash, you need to start hanging out with us more. We need to do more gaming soon. You, me, and Penny. We need to kidnap Mash one day for playing. We do! You're not escaping us, Mash. Definitely streaking without any coverings. Probably the first 1,000 words or 500. Yeah, that's fine. Always fine. Again, as long as it's not spicy content, then yeah, that's absolutely fine. You'll have more time after the holidays. You and me both, Mash. Everything's kind of crazy. Before we start reviewing this fun story, me and Roots are tackling a big custom commission for somebody. And they want to hear from you, like, oh yeah, what's the price quote for this? And I'm like, oh, let me see. Let me stitch out one of each. How do I submit it? It's in the Discord, and in the Discord there is a section called story submissions, and you could just send it in a Google Doc right there. Oh no, I don't have the exclamation mark fucking thingamajig. But yeah, in the Cryptid Roots like area on Twitch, there's a link that shows the Discord. I know. Roots is planning on adding that soon, Penny, because people keep doing it. Like almost every other stream, a couple people will do it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have to. We have to actually make that happen. Whoopsie. What was I saying? But yeah, they reached out to us and they wanted this huge embroidery deal, and I was like, okay. And wait, no, gifted yet? Gifted what? But yeah, it's this huge order, and I'm like pricing out, and I feel really self-conscious reaching out to them because it's gonna be like a couple $100 worth of commission. Like it's gonna be like several $100s, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if they want that. Oh. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Mash. That's very kind of you. Is gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Cryptid's Rip. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much. Thank you, God. This feels like a very, very special stream. I wasn't expecting all this. Yeah, for anyone joining, we just reached 100. Mash is here letting us bully him a little bit and has gifted some subs. This is a lot. Oh my god. Penny! Thank you guys. What's going on? I'm gonna ban you guys if you guys keep gifting subs. This is crazy. Thank you for the bits, Ajuna. And I think I saw that you were gonna be heading out soon, right? Oh my god. The hype train. Oh my god. I don't even know what to do with all this. But yes, welcome on everyone, and thank you guys so much for an amazing stream as we're ending out the year soon, as we're getting closer and closer to the New Year's. I'm gonna ban you. Yeah. I don't know what to do with all the subs and gifted subs. I know I need to get better at accepting subs and bits like a normal person, but I'm still not used to it yet. I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. I had to cough. Hold on. Oh my goodness, this cough this year is horrible. Getting banned would be a badge of honor. Oh no, I'm giving everyone bad ideas. That's what I'm doing. Oh my god. You guys are all such silly raccoons. Here you go. That's the closest you're gonna get for now. But everyone behave. Anyway, what were you on? We aren't badgers, not here. Did I say badgers instead of raccoons? Can we read the next half of the story? Of this story? Hold on, I had to find out who was this. Red Waves was from this person. I'm not sure if they're in chat right now. Badgers of Honor. Level 2 achieved? I don't know what that means. Oh, it is you. Okay, so you are here. That's good, that's good, that's good. Oh. What is everyone doing? What are you guys all doing? Hold on. Yes, we can read more of this. You are here for critique. I am a professional streamer now. Let's go. This is the Red Waves prologue. And yes, we can, Callie. Wait, I had to do this one first, and then we can look at who's next in line. But probably you. I think there's some other people. To the Shadow Realm Batman transition noises. We are, what's a sub goal? We are 75% of the way to completing our new goal. That's crazy. Getting my first badge. Oh my goodness. Oh, as long as you guys are having fun. But yes, Callie, we can read yours next. We have to do this one first here, and the person's here. April 2028. Several miles off the coast of Cuba. Thank you for the hydrate. Let's see here. There was your sippy. Getting the first badge. Oh, it's the only channel you have this now too. That's crazy. Thank you so much. What about the amateur log instead of the prologue? April 2028, several miles off the coast of Cuba. Mining foreman Hidehiro Kawataka, I think I said that right, Hidehiro Kawataka, stood at the viewing gallery, flush with the floor in the ore processing room of the mining ship Hoseki, and looked out over the conveyor belts and ore crushers, processing deep-sea ores into workable materials. After the Cuban government had recently signed a treaty to allow underwater mining in return for a cut of the profits, a new gold rush had begun. Mining ships scoured the ocean floor in search of manganese and rare earth minerals. Coastal shelf explorers mapped the floors, hoping to find natural treasures. Even the children playing at the beaches were now digging deeper holes than ever, he'd heard. But that was probably just a myth. I don't know about myth here. Maybe exaggeration? Is exaggeration a good way? So far, they had discovered an iron ore deposit north of Keokoko. I don't know if I'm saying that one right. One of the islands just off the Cuban coast, and continued east from there. The next test drill had already started, and Kawataka was bored since there was nothing to do for him except wait. The new load of rocks from the seabed went through the ore crushers at this point, but a closer analysis of it would take a while longer. He turned his attention back to the journal about marine biology he was reading. Or rumor, suspicion, superstition. Rumor maybe has a more negative connotation to it, and superstition is more like superstitious. But I think maybe like exaggeration, like something like that. I'm not quite sure. There was an interesting article about dolphins using pufferfish to get high, and he tried to get further into it, but the constant noise was making it difficult for him. The machines were loud, and he only noticed something was wrong when the emergency lights flashed on. By then, it was too late, and as he scrambled to escape, he was thrown backwards into a pile of ore that had yet to process. It caused a small avalanche that buried him under some debris. This saved him from immediate consequences. As he woke up from the involuntary nap, he wondered what could have possibly caused this. The ship was well protected from the pirates he knew had appeared around these waters lately, with barbed wire on the railings, water cannons, armed mercenaries, and even a supply of tear gas canisters to incapacitate any attackers before they could board. That's another long sentence. Had they run aground? That couldn't be it either. There was no land around for miles. He rubbed his head, looking at the pile of ore he had ended up in. It was a miracle that he had not sustained any serious injuries from it, but he knew he was going to feel a lot of bruising from this. What's the hype chat? Open? What is this? What is this telling me to do? Thank you so much for stopping by, Bash. I really appreciate it. But yes, if you gotta get driving now, please drive safe. Around the holidays, everyone drives crazy. There's gonna be crazy drivers on the road, and I always want everyone here being safe from all that. Chat? Sorry, this is just something on Twitch. It popped up with me wanting to share that. So I have no idea what that is, but it's in chat now. It was a miracle that he had not sustained any serious injuries from it, but he knew he was going to feel a lot of bruising from this. Thank you, and yes, absolutely. You, me, and Penny, we have to play some more. You guys have to carry me through our games. You now have a shared hype emote. I have no idea what that is, but that sounds cool. The machines had turned off, so for once. This sentence is a little funny. Kawataki could hear instructions before. Okay, I think that this one shouldn't be a period right here. He could hear instructions being yelled. What he heard made his blood run cold. They were not speaking Japanese. Over the years, he had picked up a decent level of English, so it only took a short while for him to understand that these orders were about hostages. He let out a quiet Japanese expletive and picked up a chunk of ore, then ducked behind an ore grinder to keep an eye on the pirates as they patrolled the lower decks. OMG, Cryptid's raccoon meets Barry. Really? When hype happens, it gives streamer an emote? It does? And those that were in the financial hype also get one too? This is crazy. I need to learn more about how Twitch actually works. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you mistyped a comma as a period. Okay, so that's why that one just read a little wonky. I don't even think you need a comma here. I think the machines had turned off, comma, so for once Kawataki could hear instructions being yelled. I think that's fine. I think you just get rid of that one. You have berry emotes for your channel. And that's what that one is? I don't understand how this is happening at all, but that's crazy. Yeah, so he's hearing these English. Possibly pirates and marauders or something. About hostages. Then ducked behind an ore grinder to keep an eye on the pirates as they patrolled the lower decks. To his dismay, the patrols were rather frequent, so he would not be able to take out a guard without the next one raising an alarm before he could slip away. The intruders obviously had manpower, and he figured that would be impossible to flee in the middle of the ocean, especially since he had no idea where the ship was by now and in what direction it was heading. His next instinct was to call for help. If he could get to the ship's radio room, he could signal the Coast Guard and have the ship be searched for. I would get rid of the 4 here. I think that one messed it up a little bit. We got them commissioned a few months ago. That's exciting. The door was no way out of the room. The door was no way out of the room. Like the door was blocked? The door's covered by the guards? Okay. But he knew an alternative way out. Kawataki ducked under one of the conveyor belts transporting ore toward the deck, where it could be inspected by sunlight. If he could make it to the shaft in the wall where the ore left the room, he could get to the radio room through the outside. His muscles ached from the earlier impact still, but he moved forward slowly so he would not make noise. To his horror, he heard one of the patrolling guards enter the room, and Kawataki could hear his heart beating in his throat as he feared the worst. Had he been caught? He was certain that he could not be seen from the door. The heavy combat boots stopped right in front of his face, and Kawataki's knees yodeled in pain as he froze in panic on top of the pointy debris that littered the floor from weeks of mining operations. There was a dry click, a sound he associated with a gun being loaded. A sickening smell hit his face, but it still relaxed him a little. The guard had lit himself a cigar and took a smoke break. Still, he could find Kawataki at any time, maybe at any moment, so he waited with bated breath for the man to leave. Be searching for anything on the ship. They would be searching for the ship. Okay, let me look back at that. Let's look back at that line. His next instinct was to call for help. If he could get to the ship's radio room, he could signal the Coast Guard and have the ship be searched for. It still reads a little funny. I think he could signal the Coast Guard and have them search for the ship. That might make more sense. For the ship, rather than have the ship be searched for. Sounds a little clinky. Sounds a little odd. But yeah, he could signal the Coast Guard and have them search for the ship. Where's he? Okay. He could find Kawataki at any moment, so he waited with bated breath for the man to leave. The smell filled his lungs, making him sick, and he could feel a cough coming that would give his position away. He slowly took a deep breath, but the scratching in his lungs only got worse. His diaphragm pounded against his ribcage, and he broke out in sweat. A voice cut through the haze that started to form in his mind. "Hey, lazy ass. You know we don't get smoke breaks until we get to port. Back on your post, now." Smell filled his lungs. The his isn't too clear here. You may need to make sure you make it clear which character you're talking about. Coming too close after the guy with the cigar, so it more naturally feels like it's him. Oh, let's look at that. Yeah, the smell filled his lungs. Yeah, okay, we're not sure about if you're talking about the guard or about Kawataki. Making him sick, and you could feel a cough coming that would give... I'm assuming you're talking about Kawataki, but yeah. Maybe specifically mentioning Kawataki here wouldn't hurt. Where was it? Let's see. Small cough slipped out of Kawataki's mouth as the guard dropped his cigar, stepped it out, and grumbled as he walked off. His cigar? Do you guys do that with cigars? Yeah, we can naturally understand Yumi, but only after a moment. Yeah, making it sometimes clear from the get-go is, you mistyped the name in chat. Oh wait, you said Kawataki? Kawataki? And then chat, you said Kawataka. Wait, Kawataka? And yes, mine says Kawataki. Okay, so you might need to go through and decide if it's Kawataki with the I at the end, or Kawataka. like it is in the first page. His name is Kawataka. The typo's in the script. Yeah, it happens a few times then. I think I missed it. Here's a Kawataki. Yeah, it seems like you just switched at some point. There's another Kawataki. So there's like a 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you just switched it at some point. 7. Maybe even for the... Is it for the rest of this? Yeah, I think for the rest of it, you use the I at the end. Oh my god, wait. Where's my lo-fi? Get back here. So, do you guys... Like, cigars are like the fancier one, right? Like the thicker, fancier one, like if you have cigars. I think cigarettes, you like take them out and you drop them and step on them, right? Do you guys do that with cigars? I don't know enough about smoking culture. It feels like he's treating it like a cigarette. But cigarettes and cigars are different. So maybe this is supposed to be a cigarette he has. You know how one would extinguish cigars, but the guard would need to get rid of the cigar in a hurry. Yeah, cigars aren't really normally a thing. At least in my head. Maybe I'm making stuff up though. Maybe someone else in chat could verify for me. I feel like cigars they're normally more expensive. They're the thicker thingamajigs. They are near Cuba, so having a cigar would be natural. I would look into it more. In my head, it reads funny to me. Could that just be a personal hang-up for me? Maybe, yeah. I'm not saying it for 100%. This isn't a full critique. This is just a plausible thing. This reads more like a cigarette in my mind's eye. That's why I was a little confused. Kawataka. It's not Kawataki. Kawataka rolled over, away from the smoldering cigar stub, and took deep breaths to relax his respiratory system before sneaking along further under the conveyor belts. Once he reached the spot where the belts went into the wall and upwards, he swung himself on top and crawled forward into the opening. Once inside, he breathed a sigh of relief, then looked ahead. Everything was pitch black, but he knew that the ore was loaded into a shovel elevator here to be brought up to the upper decks. All he had to do was hold on to one of the shovels and let himself get carried up. He would know from the sound when he got close to it, he told himself as he crawled onwards. But this had gone on for longer than he expected now, and he still could not hear any thud. His head gently collided with a metal object, and he stopped dead in his tracks. What was... Oh no. With the conveyors turned off, this was turned off too, of course. As he looked up, he could see a ray of daylight shining deep into the shaft, and in that ray, the gleams of shovels that used to transport ore but were now stopped mocked him. Letting out a string of expletives, Kawataka began to climb the elevator. Ore was still stuck in each shovel, so it was hard for him to find a solid foothold. Did you mean ray of sunlight? I guess daylight could work. It feels just a little wonky to me. The edges of the shovels cut into his fingers, and the whole device creaked and swayed, not meant to be climbed at all. Luckily, the shovels were not far apart from each other, and despite having to stop frequently to catch his breath, Kawataka made quick progress. The light grew closer, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally poked his head out of the opening. That looked like a long way down, into a loose pile of hard rocks. This feels like a little out of the perspective of it. This feels almost like the narrator like talking to us for a smidgen. Maybe that's just me reading into it too much though. Was anyone watching? He looked around, spotting several people in unfamiliar uniforms patrolling with Winchesters. So the gun. Am I wrong? Is Winchesters, isn't that a brand of gun, or is that a type of gun? Winchester rifles is any of a series of lever-action repeating rifles manufactured by the Winchester, but from 1860. That's a brand of rifle. What makes it both? Yeah, that's what I was like. How would he recognize the brand? Unless it had a very particular... I don't know the most about guns. I only know about Winchesters because of all the spooky stuff with them, right? And I actually did get to tour the Winchester estate. I did get to do that. I'm wondering if he would just notice that they're patrolling with rifles. I'm not sure if he would be able to tell without, like, looking at them closely that they're specifically Winchester rifles. He kept his head down, and from his heightened vantage point, he could see a second ship that had drilled itself into the side of the Hoseki. It was a freighter, and with the angle the ship was at, he could see the name Son of Paradise. Son of Paradise. Why can't I talk? Son of Paradise written on its hull. The collision between the two ships had to have been what he felt earlier, but it didn't explain the unfamiliar men. Where were the mercenaries when they needed them? While he observed the situation from above, he noticed the Son of Paradise backing up from the collision. To his surprise, the bow of the dilapidated freighter looked as good as new, and he deduced that it had to be filled with concrete. It was a tactic he had heard of before in attacking other ships, so the people on board must have been pirates, using the element of surprise to overwhelm the crew and mercenaries. He cursed again, but at this point he had nowhere to go, so he waited. He watched as the Son of Paradise made a large turn and positioned itself in front of Hoseki. At this point, all the pirates he could see pulled out grappling hooks and ran to the front, leaving the oars unguarded. He figured this was the best chance he was going to get, so he climbed out, let himself down a bit from the chute, and dropped. The landing was rough, and he tumbled down the rock pile. He heard a cracking sound from his ribs, and a jolt of pain ran through his chest. He had probably broken that. Gasping for air, he took a rest at the bottom of the ore mountain, but heaved himself up after a short while and hobbled to the deck structure. Be a kind of rifle. Is it a specific kind, or is it's the company? This is a tactic employed by former Greenpeace founding member John Watson to sink whaling ships. So what, since you seem more familiar with it, if somebody recognized rifles from a distance, could they say, oh, those people are carrying rifles? Or would they specifically be able to tell, oh, those people are carrying Winchester rifles? Or would you not be able to see that until you got, like, closer and you looked at, like, the branding or something on it? You ever on adrenaline now? I was gonna say, like, he heard a cracking sound from his ribs and a jolt of pain ran through his chest. He had probably broken that. This line, he had probably broken that, takes us out of the moment a little bit. I'd say, like, I'd maybe suggest removing that one, because, like, we're in here, we're hearing the cracking sound, we're feeling the jolt of pain, he's gasping for air, he has to take a rest at the bottom of the ore mountain. We can kind of assume he might have broken that, or if he didn't break it, it got really close, right? It hurts. But this almost feels like a joking tone here, where we haven't had much of a joking tone. He had probably broken that. It kind of takes readers out of he thinks that to himself. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't quite read because it says he. If it was him thinking it, then he says, oh, I think I broke that. I think I've broken that. Something like it would be I if he's thinking it. So that's why it reads to like, oh, the narrator's talking to us. Yes, Winchesters are like cowboy era rap. Yeah, this is, we're talking in the, oh my god, what was that time period here? Oh, this is 2028. These things were. Is Winchester still making rifles? Under license. The brand is owned. Okay. So they are still making stuff. Oh hey, we have a website here. How are you guys seeing this? It could be a little small. Hold on. I'm gonna move the screen around for you guys. That's what it looks like. Yes, it is broken. My breath shallow. But do you see what I mean here? Where there's different types, so that it's a brand that produces rifles, but a lot of the rifles look different. So unless somebody knew how every Winchester rifle looks, I'm not sure if they could instantly look at like this one and this one and this one and be like, oh yeah, they're carrying Winchesters. I think maybe just the layman might be like, oh, they're carrying rifles. They might not specifically know they're Winchester rifles, unless there was like branding on the side that said like in big font, Winchester. Is people with picture with the bottom handle. Hold on, I can't see what I have on the screen. This guy here? This guy? Okay. One on the left. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they all, it's a brand, but they make different types of rifle. I'm not sure if this person would instantly recognize from a distance how, because he's hiding from these people. Scroll up a bit. Okay. It being a Winchester's is a leftover from a previous iteration of the prologue, written partially from a different perspective, where someone knew the gun they had in their hand was a Winchester. Yeah, okay. But yeah, so I'm saying from this current iteration, maybe this person couldn't quite tell. So, in the meantime, let's go back over here. I might need to readjust how this looks. Oh no, alright. There, I think that's how I want it. Where was he? Yeah, so if this is his mind saying it, he had probably broken that. If it's his thoughts, he's like, I think I've broken that. Something like that. It would be I. Gasping for air, he took a rest at the bottom of the ore mountain, but heaved himself up after a short while and hobbled to the deck structure. He opened the door and let himself in, listening for any footsteps. Hearing nothing, he relaxed, leaving the door open to not be too loud. The radio room was near the bridge, so he carefully made his way up the stairs and followed the signs. Walking past the bridge door, he wanted to peer in, but the door itself was deformed like the lid of a tin of sardines. He was scared of whatever could have caused this destruction and continued to the radio room itself. Once he arrived, he found the room empty, so he entered, closed the door, and wedged a chair against it. Your grandparents love westerns, so you're kind of familiar with the older look of them. That's so interesting. You know of it because of westerns, and I know of it because of spooky, scary reasons because of the Winchester estate. And then, for anyone who's a Supernatural fan, the reason why they're the main characters' names, they're the Winchesters, is based off of that. They got inspiration from the spooky stuff of the Winchester estate, and they named the main characters Sam and Dean, the Winchesters. So fun little fact there. Where was I? Picking up the microphone, he set it to the International Naval Emergency Frequency. Without waiting for anyone to answer, he began speaking. If Supernatural wasn't such a successful show, they would have been the Losechesters. So many people cheering for Chester to win. This is the Hosaki. We have been taken over by pirates, requesting immediate military support. I repeat. Behind Kawataki, the chair he had put in the door shattered into pieces as the door... Scared of what I... So this door he leaves open. Another door is destroyed. Once he arrived, he found the room empty, so he entered, closed the door, and wedged a chair against it. The chair he had put in the door shattered into pieces as the door flew open. He turned around, only to be faced with the tallest, scariest woman he had ever seen. Her ice blue eyes stared into his soul, fitting perfectly with her white hair, pulled into a long braid that rested on her shoulders. The muscles on her scar-covered arms flexed as she rubbed her shoulder, glaring at him from further above than he'd ever seen anyone looking down at him from. With a cold grin. That's another really long sentence. Her straining shirt showed a captain's stripes, painted onto the fabric like a sick joke of what a captain was. The stylized pirate flag on her chest certainly didn't help. But the sickest joke of all was the name tag clipped to her breast pocket, which cheerfully announced, "Hi, I'm," with the next line being a handwritten line between two smileys. Captain Tammy Hannah Carroll. That's a lot to fit into one of those cards. Just the Manchesters to you. Looks like we missed one. What misguided courage. But I respect that. You're coming to the bridge with me. Kawataki could only scream as she grabbed the microphone he was holding and shattered it in her hand before she dragged him away. Is this... Well, it depends on how large you write it. Is this supernatural themed? Because she busted down this door and shattered the chair apparently in one hit with her shoulder. That's strong. And then she also crushes a microphone and shatters it in her hand. And then she's able to drag a full-grown man screaming away. Like, this is a strong person. There's a medical explanation for it in chapter 17? Oh, okay, geez. This is kind of unnatural strength. Well, yeah, that is the first... How many pages did we read? We read 8 pages here. That was the first bit, because I think after this it's... Oh, that is chapter 1. That is a really long... I think that could just be chapter 1. Oh, then we meet somebody else? Okay, so that's why it's a prologue, because it's a different character. I'm just kind of scrolling through to see... I think the rest of the story follows a different character. Yeah, I'm thinking it in my head as chapter 1, because it was a lot for a prologue. That's 8 pages for a prologue. That is a little bit long. Follows the mercenary Rolena Hull. With prologues get a little tricky. You definitely want to make them intriguing and catch the reader's attention, but you don't want them to be too long, because otherwise readers get used to being with this character and this moment in the story. So then when you actually start your story in chapter 1, it can be a little bit of a like a little jerk reaction, like, oh, why I was reading this story, I was reading that character, what the story changed. So it can be a little bit jarring. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Normally prologues are a smidge shorter to try and avoid it. And so maybe some of this, and this is me just critiquing the prologue, so that it's kind of hard. Normally, if you want to like have critique on whether or not to keep a prologue or alter it too much, you normally want to read further into the story. So take this with a grain of salt. I will say that, because I don't have the knowledge of how the rest of the early chapters go. But my first gut reaction is to suggest maybe cutting this a little shorter. Maybe even getting rid of the earlier stuff. You can maybe even just have the interesting bit of Kawataka hiding already in the ore, and he's struggling to get up to here to call for help. And then someone breaks down the door, grabs him, drags him out, and he's screaming. I'm going to call 8 pages long for a prologue. I have a book here with an author I take inspiration from, and the prologue is 15 pages. What book is it, if you don't mind me asking? Because it does depend. We can find, that's why I say, whenever you guys hear critique, you'll be able to find anything I say that's a general, like, soft rule in writing. There's no hard rules in writing. There's only soft rules. You'll be able to find a book, a famous book, that breaks any soft rule or guideline that anyone could ever give you. The point is they normally break it intentionally. Corsican Shadow? I don't know if I said that right. By Clive Cussler. I don't know how recent that is. But yeah, you can find an example that breaks any rule. Normally when they break it well, that they are breaking it intentionally. You have to know the rule to break the rule well. And that's why I'm over here like, I'm wondering, I'm leaning towards suggesting, and again, take it with a grain of salt because I haven't read more of the story. But my first gut reaction is to keep this a smidge shorter, just enough to catch intrigue, but not for readers to get too invested in this moment in the story, because you are going to pivot to somebody else. The main character is somebody else. You read a lot of his books, and his prologues are always around that length. So you see, that seems like it's an established author. They're probably knowingly and purposefully making a prologue, because there's even the advice now, a lot of stories, a lot of publishers don't necessarily love prologues, because a lot of writers kind of mess them up a bit. It's really challenging to do a prologue well, so they're kind of being a little bit more leery of prologues in general. And the industry is definitely leaning towards currently either no prologues or shorter prologues, because there's a widespread issue of authors trying to put in prologues, and the prologues aren't always justified. I think this is interesting. I think it is a strong prologue of this person here, and suddenly, like, the ship's been captured by pirates, and they're hiding from all the pirates, and they're scabbering up, they've broken their rib, they're trying to get here to call for help, and as soon as they get here to ask for help, this pirate captain's here and breaks down the door and drags them away. Right? That is attention grabbing. So I'm not saying it's a bad prologue. I think it does do the job of catching the reader's interest. I'm just wondering if it's a little long. If we could maybe start it a little bit more immersed in the action of maybe him already hiding in the coal, hiding from the pirates, that he doesn't quite know what's going on. He's making his way through. I'm just wondering if we cut some of the earlier stuff out. That's my first reaction. This is for critique story time. That's my gut reaction of a critique. Can you disagree with it? Absolutely. And if it doesn't work for you, if it doesn't work for your story goals, then hey, this critique is given for free. If it doesn't work for you, you can put it into the trash for free. It just doesn't work. That's fine. It will never hurt my feelings if you guys don't like the critique. That's always fine. It's just suggestions. It's just spaghetti on the wall. If it doesn't stick, it doesn't stick. But yeah, my first critique might be cutting some of the earlier stuff, making it a smidge shorter. Um, oh, wait a second here. The thing is, the marine biology journal he's reading is a hint for the reader that goes towards a larger overarching mystery that only gets resolved in book 3. Knowing that, I would say if the only hint to something that gets resolved in book 3 is a one-line thing in your prologue of book 1, you might need to work a little harder at getting some more hints throughout the story. that's kind of crazy. And I'm not saying cut everything that happened. You could have stuff like he's hiding in the coals, waiting for the guards to pass, holding his breath, doing this different stuff. We're instantly immersed in the scene, and he thinks back and he's like, he had just been reading a novel when the ship shuttered, and he thinks that's when the pirates launched. He had been in the middle of reading about dolphins using pufferfish to get high when the ship had been attacked, right, had been boarded, and he's been hiding from the pirates, and he's making his way up. You can still include that one detail. It's not the only hint, of course. Okay, good. I was like, if that's the only hint, you have other problems. Okay. But yeah. But no, those important details can still be worked in with you cutting some of the earlier content. I think that's fine. You don't even hide anything that I'm writing in book 3. I hint at it and make the whole backbone of the trilogy. And I'm not quite sure. It's also late. It's past midnight here. I think my brain's starting to slow down. But yeah, I would cut some of the other stuff. Anything that's important, you could have after he's already immersed. And make it the whole backbone of the trilogy. Okay, I'm not quite sure I understand still, but yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Okay. As long as you know what you're doing, then hey, that's always good. But yeah, I think in general, cutting this a bit, not the later stuff. I think some of the earlier stuff, any details that are important, like that dolphins using pufferfish to get high journal thing, I think could be snuck in, could be woven in pretty naturally, and it would still help you out. The other thing, so that's just making the word count shorter, immersing us into the story a little bit sooner. The only other thing I would say, as prose wise, I am noticing there is sometimes some really, really long stories. Like with my Wicked One storyline, he's always connected to the main plots. Hold up. Let me actually get my Twitch chat up. There's a mineral you made up in this book, and the question what that mineral is a big mystery across the trilogy. Okay. I don't quite get how that connects to the dolphins getting high, but if it does for you, then that's all that matters. What was I saying? Yeah, the lines sometimes get really long and convoluted. They get like really long run-on sentences that have too much in one sentence. They could be split up a little bit better, and then the reading, the flow of the reading would go a bit better. Let's see here. I'm trying to find, I think I highlighted some when I started. I don't have them still highlighted here. Oh, even this first, I think it did highlight. So the first one here is mining foreman Hidehiro Kawataka stood at the viewing gallery, comma, flush with the floor in the ore processing room of the mining ship Hoseki, comma, and looked out over the conveyor belts and ore crushers, comma, processing deep sea ores into workable materials. That's a very long sentence. You're still lacking some other hints from later on in the book. Yeah, and that's fine. I'm only critiquing on what I see. That's the caveat here. But yeah, so I'd say nothing really I've critiqued on has changed your lore of the story at all. But I'm saying any hints you want could be woven in. I'm not saying get rid of any hints. I'm just saying some of the actual word count might need to be trimmed a bit, or at least I'm suggesting it be trimmed a bit. And anything important you want can be sprinkled in your writing. Still in the prologue. So like I said, like my recommendation was the story starts, he is already hiding in the oars. And he's hiding from the patrolman. He's trying to make his way up to the call tower, the place to make the emergency call. And then it says he had been reading the book when the pirates docked. He was hiding from them. He's heard murmurs in the little bit of English he understands about hostages. He's trying to hide from them. You've already taken some improvement suggestions, but you're not going to shorten the prologue. And that's fine. That's all, whatever you want to do. I'm not the boss of you. Yeah, that was my first recommendation, was shortening it. And then the second, I would say, is, because we try to do 2 critiques per thing, my second critique is the writing flow. There's a lot of run-on sentences that have a lot of information in one sentence, and to make the writing flow a bit more naturally, you might want to break these up into more shorter sentences. So there's that. Let me see if I can find another example. I remember there was another one here. Extra loud. Lots of small. Over the years, he had picked up a decent level of English, so it only took a short while for him to understand that these orders were about hostages. I think even that could be split into like 2 sentences. You're also now curious how someone would extinguish a cigar. Yeah, it just read a little funny to me. And I do admit, when I gave that little note, I was like, I'm not sure if I'm making a mountain of a molehill with that one. So I did give that little asterisk to it. I'm like, hey, I could be pointing at nothing, and that's just something to look further into. Because cigars are normally more like expensive. You do normally, like, you're lounging, you're relaxing with a nice cigar. Cigarettes, you would sneak off and have a quick little smoke break, and you're trying to like sneak a little cigarette break in, and then you get caught, and then you're like, oh shit, and then you like stomp it under your boot and you forget about it. That's like how people treat cigarettes. I don't normally see people treating that with cigars. The intruders obviously had manpower, and he figured that it would be impossible to flee in the middle of the ocean, especially since he had no idea where the ship was by now and in which direction it was headed. That's another long one. But then the next one is short. His next instinct was to call for help. And that's a good sentence. Man, UPS needs to hurry up with my phone. I changed tabs on this old PC and it nearly had a heart attack. Oh no. But yeah, otherwise that is the prologue for this. So thank you so much for submitting that. I don't quite know how to pronounce your username. Is it Lacht? Lachtigal? I'm sorry if I'm saying it completely wrong, if I'm butchering it. But thank you so much for submitting it. It does take a lot of courage to submit things and get feedback and hear critique, even if we don't agree with it. That's the good part about this. It's free critique. If it don't work, you just throw it away for free. The ch sound in your name doesn't exist in the English language. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, is it Lacht? Lachtigal? Doesn't exist in the English language. I wonder what language it is from. Is it Scottish? I'm not quite sure. But yeah, those are my 2 critiques. And hey, we also have some more questions today. We learned a little bit more about Winchester rifles. It's the general rolling I know a rolling R. Not general. It's the German rolling ch. I wonder how that's said. Germ. Oh my god. German rolling chest sound. Oh god. Isn't one singular rolling sound, but two distinct sounds. Like a hissing cat. And the guttural sound at the back of the throat. Like bach and not. Knock. Oh, there's a soft sound. All these are too long for me to show on stream. I just want like a short little like how to pronounce it. I'll look at it later. I'll look at it later when I'm not live on stream, and maybe in a future stream I'll actually be able to pronounce your username right. Or I'll just butcher it more horrifically. We'll never know. It will be a little mystery. But thank you so much for submitting it, and that is my attempt at a critique. I hope it helps. I hope you at least got some useful things out of it. And then this is for, I think, Creative One, and then I think Callie was also here earlier, and they wanted something of theirs read. So this is Creative One. I don't know if they are in chat yet. I can reach into the Discord and see. Cool. Sure, I didn't notice that I fucked up the name. Oh, that's right. See, that's why I say things as I go. Because by the end, I would have forgotten about the name inconsistency. So that's why we make notes as we go now. You sent yours in as well? Okay. Oh my goodness, how long am I streaming tonight? Let's see here. Chatting. Hello? Oh my god, we had new people even in the Discord. This is crazy. Let's see if Creative One's in yet. Yeah. Chat. We'll see if they react to that. Okay, yours is no rush. I think, is Callie still here? You're gonna go to sleep now? It's already 6:30 a.m. for you. It's only 12:30 for us here. Oh my goodness. Yes, please. Have a wonderful night. Get some good sleep. Thank you so much for joining story time, and have a good night. Let's see. We have Callie. I'm not hearing Callie in chat. So let's go ahead and look at yours, Nevermore, because it looks like you're at least here. Let's see. Blub, Chatty Matty, what? That's decaffeinated. Nevermore. It's fairly short. Which one is yours, Nevermore? I think maybe your... Is your username in Discord different? It's only about the first 1,000 words. Oh, so yours the ones that you've written the first 1,000 words. Okay. Let's do this. Yes, it's JoJo. I think this one's JoJo. It just says J for some reason for me. I don't understand how things work in Discord yet. I'm just a little old hag. I don't understand things. Go here, go here. Is it the Enforcer's Submission, Nevermore? Yeah, you're not good with Discord as well. Okay, at least it's not just me then. Hello, Maine. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, and then what? You also posted something that's from a year ago. Okay, we have some stuff to work on. Let's see here. This is only not even a full 2 pages, so let's go with this one. Does the view look good? Yes. I'm gonna take a sippy real quick. Oh, can I please move this a bit? Maybe? No. I was trying to move some of my screen stuff around. Yeah, it's a strange social media. I don't even know why. I don't even really consider it a full social media app. It is an app. It is like a talking hangout app. But for some reason in my head, because it's so different from other social media ones, I don't consider it... Like, it's different than Instagram or TikTok or even Facebook. It's different than those. So I don't know why I don't consider it in the same category. You just learned how threads worked last month, and I've been using it for a year. I think we're technically on threads, and I've made a few posts, but like, it's the same. For the business, we're on a lot of social medias. I'm not personally on any social medias anymore, but for the business, Cryptid Roots is, to advertise our store. And man, I hardly ever understand stuff. I think our biggest ones are TikTok and maybe Instagram and YouTube are tied now. Though I guess, is YouTube a social media app? You know, that's the next thing you gotta ask. Okay. A cold lake in the far distance of the great mountain of Dragon's Fall was a frozen pond. Wait. A cold lake in the far distance of the great mountain of Dragon's Fall was a frozen pond. In the Alps is where the serpent lies. Now, is Dragon's Fall a name in the great mountain of Dragon's Fall? If that one's a name, it might need to be capitalized. Was a frozen pond. In the Alps is where the serpent lies. The thin air above, separated by feet of ice, lay thick and dense, a sheet of solid brick of cold glacier trimmed like stone prison walls that will never thaw. This was the seal of the dragon. A nameless creature long ago ravaged the world and burned it to no end, now residing beneath an unknown lake hidden in the Alp mountains of the Great North. No one knows who sealed it away, for that was lost to time. The nameless horror that, if ever to wake, would again make havoc walk free and suffering rampant. It was an evil creature, born from anger of the old monsters and memories of greed, hate, and lust for carnage, were its followers. About 10 miles away from the lake, which the locals have named it Lover's Pond, was the small hamlet of Dame Falera, a small tourist town with a bubbling ski-based economy. 6 decades ago, it used to be a mining town. The mountains had silver and coal veins that ran deep into the mountains. The city of Salzburg was about a 3-hour drive if one wanted civilization, but there were many towns in between. It was from the city that the team of heroes known as the Enforcers came from. They were on holiday from the Republic states. The cold was less than welcoming after a 10-hour flight and stay in Salzburg. There were 3 of them in a van. Lily Long was playing a game on her Kita device. It was a gaming device developed by the Kita company, housing some of the latest graphics and games. She had blonde hair tied into pigtails. It was cold, so the entire group had on heavy sweaters. Her mother was there too, Kate Saunders, a woman in her late 20s and still pretty. Wait, how old is Lily Long? I guess maybe she's like a little child because her mom's just late 20s. Okay. Her brown hair was covered by a wool hat and she was reading the brochure. The driver was a gray-haired man, closer to being Lily's grandfather than her father. Do you mean in age? He had dark eyes and a strong nose. Or just in relation. This was Jason Jr. No one really knows his last name, and Lily never bothered to ask. Okay. The rest of the team should be there already. The team of heroes. These are heroes. Okay. The rest of the team should be there already, said Jason Jr. as he made a sharp turn on the winding mountain roads. These roads get really bad when it snows. That's good to know, said Kate as she put her notes down. How are we going to get supplies if we get stranded? Usually by helicopter. The blizzards don't set in around this time of the year, but the roads can get slippery, so driving at night is often not advised. Man, it's cold. She rubbed her hands close to feel warm. I wanted to spend the vacation by the beach. Yes, I know, but a deal's a deal, Jason reminded. A month ago, their employer, Mr. Darwin, had suggested a vacation. The team wasn't using their personal time off, and everyone drew straws to where to go. Under normal circumstances, the team would each take their own individual days off for personal time. But since the team was barely over 2 years old, Darwin had the idea of team building retreats. Deploying a team of trained super agents against powerful world-ending threats would require more than great teamwork. Even though the Enforcers, as the team would be called, was a for-profit team, cities had to know they were getting their money's worth. The Enforcers, as the team would be called. Hold on. But in the second paragraph, it's the team of heroes known as the Enforcers. So in the second paragraph, you mentioned that they're already known as the Enforcers. But then here at the end of the page, it's, oh, this team will be called the Enforcers at some point in the future. So whichever one you're going for, just make sure it's consistent. Cities had to know they were getting their money's worth. Darwin already had established contracts with various clients to ensure that. And if his lavish lifestyle were to continue peacefully, he would fight tooth and nail to make sure his team was up to date both mentally and physically. So we draw straws? Joel asked. Joel was his civilian name. His code name was Hardbones, a tall, muscled man with dark almond skin. He had just gone out of a workout and had a towel behind his neck. He was a senior member of the Enforcers, being one of the earliest of Darwin's previous teams, and they were unnamed at first because they were impromptu. Now that Darwin had made things official, accounts had to be taken into consideration because it was good for marketing and easier on paperwork. Yes, said Darwin. I can't spell it out any clearer than that, since we all can't seem to decide. Darwin was a tall man with streaks of gray hairs and thick beard, like that of a lion's mane but upon the face. He had thick glasses and was dressed in a dark blue suit, working on his short game when Joel came in. What's a short game? You can't just force us? Yes, I can, but I don't want to, Darwin explained. I'd rather we all have a choice in some things we do. Besides, it's a vacation, not some death camp. Oh, golf. Short game is golf. Okay, see, that just shows how uncultured I am. Oh, no. But I can't skip out on it. No, you cannot. We need better team building. In case you forgot about our last mission, Darwin repeated as he concentrated after missing his shot. Joel pondered for a moment, wondering what his ex-wife would say, or his current girlfriend when he told her. Then I have no choice. You have a choice to choose where to go, but you don't have a choice not to go. If you don't, I'll take it out of your pay. You know, I'm all for a paid vacation, Joel insisted, but I gotta spend some time with my kids. I only get them on weekends these days. Okay. That is the end of the little intro you submitted here. So I think this part here of Joel talking back and forth with Darwin is the most character interaction we have back and forth. I do like that. I like the going back and forth here of him like pointing out the flaws in Darwin's logic, and then Darwin, because he's in charge, kind of being like, nope, that's what I said. Take it or leave it. I'll take it out of your pay. And he's like, shit. I think this is a really strong interaction. I do like that. I did get a little confused with the jump. So my first critique is it starts with a little bit of the flowery language here, like this flowery world building. With there's a frozen pond, and it's where this ancient serpent dragon lies, and there's the seal of the dragon. But then it seems like they're here for unrelated reasons. They're here for a forced vacation. And the people that are arriving are, at this point in time, are Jason Jr., Lily Long, and her mom, Kate Saunders. So Kate Saunders has a different last name than Lily Long. I wonder if she's divorced. So Kate Saunders, Lily Long, and Jason Jr. I'm not sure if Jason Jr. is Joel. Yes, she's divorced. Oh, okay, yeah. You wanted to open with a riddle or poem. Okay. It felt a little awkward here, but maybe I'm just not seeing the vision. It feels like this is very briefly touched upon, this lore building with the town and everything too. And then it focuses for half a page with Jason, Lily Long, and Kate Saunders. And then we have another half a page now focusing on somebody else, which is Joel, who's Hardbones, and Darwin. Jason Jr. isn't Joel. Okay. Yes, Main's, yes, Main. Hold on, I can't talk. Nevermore did submit this. We're doing, this reading and critique right here. So we're focusing on 2 things of critique. So yeah, I feel like we jumped a little bit in perspectives a little bit in these first 2 pages. I think whatever intro you want to focus the readers on first, you want to let the readers hang out in that section for a little bit longer. Because we only got a couple of paragraphs with, let me see, with Lily Long, Kate Saunders, and Jason Jr. That's just a few paragraphs, and then we instantly switch, and I think it's back in time a bit too, because this is after everyone's already been forced on their vacations. This is somebody else, and he's talking about them going to be on forced vacations, but they're drawing straws. You got the plot right? Okay. So I'd say whichever character you want to focus on, whether it's Joel and Darwin, or it's Lily Long, Jason Jr., and Kate Saunders, let the readers hang out with them for a little bit longer. Since nothing crazy happens in this car ride scene, but we have a lot more dialogue and back and forth with Darwin and Joel, I'm wondering if maybe it should start with Darwin and Joel. Hello, welcome on in. Here, people in my Discord actually submit stories for me to read live here on Twitch, and then after I'm done reading it, then we actually give 1 or 2 pieces of critique to help the writing and the story flow be a little bit better. That sounds like a poodle barking in the distance. Sorry. So yeah, right now we've just finished reading these 2 pages from Nevermore here in chat, and I'm working on doing my 2 pieces of critique here. Yeah, so if that's something you're interested in here, then this is the right part of a cozy corner of Twitch to hang out in. In the next few paragraphs, you go back to Lily's group. Okay. And you can do that. They're switching point of view, switching back and forth in time, is absolutely a normal tactic. Normally, it happens a little bit at a slower pace. Otherwise, it does feel a little jarring. That's why I'm like, whichever one you're doing first, let the readers be immersed in that scene a bit longer. But did I grab your attention? That's a good question. That is a really good question. So let me see here. I did have my attention grabbed by the dragon because I do like dragons. I will say the little riddly poem part you were going for didn't quite land with me, and I'm not a hater of poems or riddles for an intro. I do like them. I'm saying it didn't quite land. It maybe got a little bit confusing, but I think that's maybe with the run-on sentences, or there were just a few sentences that kind of confused me. So maybe that took me out of it. I did then get re-interested. It grabbed my attention again with the talk of the heroes. There's heroes going on vacation here, on a forced vacation here. And then that seems to be what the rest of the pages are about, are these heroes on a forced vacation. So I would say maybe this is the better attention grabber. That seems to be what the story's about. And when I say you can still keep it, you're working on your first ever story. It's still in baby stages. You've been working on it since mid-June or mid-July. You don't remember when you started. That's amazing. You should be so proud of that. We just finished earlier plot outline somebody was plotting out. Sir Chatty Matty in chat was plotting out all their chapters and did that for review for us to critique it in that earlier stage. You want to introduce you to part of the horror that they'll face. Oh, okay. I didn't quite get. I was thinking like adventure fantasy, like this is a dragon. It's an evil dragon. So as you go through the story, it creeps back. Alright, with that in mind, what do we say about that? So let's look at this intro again. This is hinting, hey, this dragon's now going to be a part. This evil dragon's going to be part of this forced superhero vacation. It's going to creep into the plot. A cold lake in the far distance of the great mountain of Dragon's Fall was a frozen pond. In the Alps is where the serpent lies. So even that first one, do you see where I got a little confused? I got like, oh, I think Dragon's Fall is the name, and it's to be capitalized, and you notice that. But it was worded a little bit funny. It's a long, kind of confusing sentence. So how do we... So I get you're going for a poem. Is this a poem? If it's a poem, I think it should be formatted a little bit differently to make it more noticeable it's a poem. Normally a poem... I'm saying it funny now because I said it so much. A poem is formatted differently to show it's a poem. It's not normally written as a text paragraph. This makes me think this is just the story text rather than a poem. So if we were to do this as a poem, a cold lake in the far distance of the great mountain of Dragon's Fall was a frozen pond. That's where it gets funny here. In the Alps is where the serpent lies. Should it be... So a cold lake was a frozen pond. Because it's a cold lake in the far distance of the great mountains of Dragonfall. Was a frozen pond. So the cold lake was a frozen pond. That right there is a little funny. In the Alps is where the serpent lies. Yeah, this sentence is just a little bit funny. Because a cold lake was a frozen pond. A lake and a pond are different, and cold versus frozen are a little different. The thin air above separated by feet of ice. We'll go back and rework it. Yeah, so thin air above separated by feet of ice, layered thick and dense. A sheet of solid brick of cold glacier trimmed like stone prison walls that will never thaw. Yeah, if this was like... Let me see if I can do... So like this is one of the poems submitted by Creative One. Do you see how like a poem is formatted differently? There's an actual like space and it's formatted like this rather than as a paragraph. So I think it should have been the thin air above separated by feet of ice, layered thick and dense, space, and then to the next line of the poem, a sheet of solid brick of cold glacier trimmed like stone prison walls that will never thaw. That's actually really long too. Space, this was the seal of the dragon. This one makes sense. Okay. A nameless creature long ago ravaged the world and burned it to no end. Now residing beneath an unknown lake, hidden in the Alp mountains of the Great North. It mentions the Alps and Alp mountains twice. It doesn't quite need to. No one knows who sealed it away, for that was lost to time. Nameless creature and nameless horror are repeated. It's nameless twice. It was an evil creature born from anger of the old monsters and memories of greed, hate, and lust for carnage. Words followers. So the dragon has followers. So it was an evil creature. The creature was born from anger of the old monsters. It was born from anger of the old monsters and memories of greed. Then I think it should be space, hate, and lust for carnage were words followers. Yeah, this one gets a little mixed up again. It's also a fantasy with modern and medieval elements. Yeah, I kind of got that because it's modern day. They're in a car. They're taking a vacation here in the Alps, but we're also talking about a dragon. So I get the vibe. I get the vibe. Yeah, you know, the poem formatting. Okay, okay. You want it to be a riddle into the narrative, so it's not a poem. It's a riddle. What is the riddle? I'm not sure if this is hiding. A riddle normally is like, oh, you have to think about it to answer a question, to answer what it's riddling about. If this is actually a dragon, if the dragon's not a metaphor for anything, this isn't quite a riddle because it's telling us, hey, there's this cold lake. It's here in the Alps. It's a nameless lake. There's the seal of the dragon. The dragon is nameless. No one knows who sealed it away because of it's been so long. And it's evil. And its followers were evil. So it's not quite hiding anything. Oh, you're talking about mine. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm currently writing a dark fantasy and a historical crime drama that has a little bit of romance. That's exciting. Lots of exciting stories here. Lots of exciting from Kim. Lots of exciting stuff from What here. But yeah, for this one, I think it could be I'm not the right target audience, though I do like poems and riddles. So just from that, I feel like I'm the normal target audience for that. I like dragons. I like poems and riddles as an intro. If you were just to describe it to me, I feel like I would like it. But right now, it does feel like it's struggling a little bit. Like maybe this isn't a normal format you work with, which isn't bad. I'm saying it feels a little bit like a struggle. And I wonder if it would be compared to the writing, the dialogue between these two characters. This definitely feels like your writing voice came through stronger. It feels like when you're writing about characters interacting and doing stuff, that's when the writing voice comes out stronger for you. Nevermore. And that's why I'm a little tempted to suggest as my critique starting the story with whatever characters you want to focus on and maybe finding some other way to hint about the dragon that's going to be emerging. You agree? Yeah, Nevermore. The character dialogue was strong. I liked the humor that was happening here of Joel being like, so it's required, and he's like, no. He's like, but I can't say no. He's like, yes. And he's like, can I choose? No, so I don't have a choice. You still have it, like the back and forth here. It was really strong characterization. That part was the most immersive. I think this had the strongest pull of like making readers be immersed in the scene. This scene was really good. And then otherwise, I think that's the second critique was re-looking at this intro with the dragon. And then the first critique was, yeah, these scenes are both good, just make them a little longer. Let your readers be immersed in these cool scenes you're talking about with these characters. And otherwise, that's the two critiques for this, is being more immersed, letting these scenes play out longer, and reworking this little opening with the dragon. But otherwise, I think you're working with a lot of cool things here. I like the idea of heroes being part of this team, this official thing that has contracts with cities, and these forcing them on group exercise, forced vacations. and there's gonna be a dragon later that's gonna be peeking, that's gonna be hinted at throughout the narrative until it emerges. I'm like, that sounds like a lot of fun stuff being put into the cooking pot here. I think it will make some good soup. So thank you so much for submitting. I hope my critique helps a little bit, and if it doesn't, you're not under any legal requirement to use it. Take whatever the helpful bits are and throw away the rest. Yeah, but thank you so much, Nevermore. It is almost 1 a.m. for me, so I feel like I can do one more. This was Creative Ones. I still haven't heard from them, I think. Let me see. Let's see here. You know, like half an hour, and that was about half an hour ago. So Creative Decaffeinated might be on it a little bit, in which case we can go through the poem. Otherwise, you still be here? Okay, Chatty Maddie's still here. Let's see here. I had to go through Discord. And what's here? Okay. Is this chapter 1 or a prologue? Oh, hi, Triangle. It's good to see you. Gee, I don't know. You'd have to ask Nevermore. Was that one the... Okay, I think the next one up was... What? Because it went... No, maybe not. Wait, I'm getting behind because Decaffeinated was so far back. The big... Story from Ego that I'm considering... Okay, so I think it's What who's next. I think it's What. So get rid of that. Let's see here. You've been told a part of my story is a little violent, but I mean, yeah, my main character took her sword and stabbed a bandit and ripped it out his side, then stabbed his shoulder and twisted the blade, then stabbed his throat. But I mean, come on, she was saving a young elf girl. Yeah, listen, whatever crimes against humanity you commit for a hot girl, then it's fine. Then it's not a crime anymore. It was justified. You did it for the hot girl. Nah. Both this was before I learned about tabs. Oh, tab in the beginning of the paragraph. Okay. Yeah, and that's fine. Again, certain stuff like that, if I don't have too much to critique, I'll mention things like that. Like, I think even Nevermore. Or not Nevermore, was it? Let's look at, But I don't try to be too nitty-gritty about, formatting or punctuation. If I notice something, I'll mention it. But I'm not too particular about it, because I think you can go through anyone who's like a friend who's pretty good at grammar structure and they'll help you fix it, or you could like just look it up and fix it. It's not too helpful for you to submit it live on stream for a blue person to read, just for like one or two grammar or formatting things. It really helps more for me to talk about like story and characters and dialogue, and because that's the critique and the feedback that's harder to get from people, right? But yeah, even the Red Ways prologue didn't really have paragraphs. The Enforcer submission did have tabs and paragraphs. Okay, that one did. So it just depends. Kingdom of Ashes looks like it didn't. I don't know if you guys are seeing all these, but this is tabs on Google Docs. Untrained melee fighters tend to have the most gruesome kills because they don't know how to do it cleanly. We're right back. I have a hot girl to murder for. Sorry, Chatty Maddie, you never had to apologize for that. I absolutely understand it. If we have to commit crimes for hot girls, then listen, that's just what we gotta do. We can also do crimes for like really hot, pathetic men, but they have to be pathetic and they have to be hot. Okay, some people are out here doing crimes just for a generic hot guy, and I'm like, dude, that's not worth it. Hi, Lupin. Hi, did your gamma let you out? You're such a good Lupin Dupin. Oh my god, sorry, one of my cats came over. He's by the streaming setup. He's looking at us. Don't jump on the laptop. Please don't jump on the laptop. That's why I gave you my story bio. You see what is best to see what is best too. Yeah. I can't always say I say what is best. I just give thoughts and opinions. If anything works, then hey, you won the random lottery of what stuff comes out of Cryptid's mouth, because sometimes I say bullshit too. Your main character, who is a Neko, is already in a relationship with someone else who is a Neko. Oh. Cat girls. If you it through Google Docs, make sure your doc is a Microsoft. It goes over better. Huh. This is from a year ago when I started back writing, and I'm thinking about rewriting. Okay, you're thinking about rewriting this. Cat, please. I'm begging you. Don't fuck up things. Stocks can't. No one shall harm the Cryptid. Cryptid hurts herself. Sorry, quick story time before we get into this story piece. There's a wooden frame around my bed, so it's a really nice big wooden frame, right? And it has when I turn off the light that's on one side of the room and then I go over to it, I jammed my leg into the side of that wooden part of the bed frame, right? Huge bruise. There is a stream popping in from time to time, writing a story literally named Everyone is cat girl. They know their target audience, okay? They know what they like and they know their target audience, okay? I was saying, yeah, I jammed the side of my leg into that wooden part, right? Like hard, because it was dark, because I just turned off the light and I was walking to my bed. I couldn't fucking see, and I hit my leg against it. Giant bruise, right? Like, ow. But Mama Cryptid makes healing salve. So I was just like, oh, okay, I'll put on the healing salve. It helps heal the bruises faster, and it takes away the pain after a few minutes. So I put that on, and I was like, sweet. And I went to bed. The problem... Okay, so human beings tend to, and cryptids, learn a lot through pain as a lesson. If a stove burns you, you're less likely to burn yourself on the stove, right? So the problem with Mama Cryptid making such a good healing salve that like takes rid of the pain really, really fast and helps heal things up faster and stuff, right? Is that the pain goes away, which means that you don't learn your lesson, which means every couple of fucking days, as the bruises are fading and stuff, as the bruises fading on my leg right from jamming against the side of this bed, I then go over, I turn off the light, I like hurry back to my bed because it's cold, and what do? I jam my fucking leg back against the wooden part of the bed frame, and I go, ow! And you think I'd learned my lesson, but then I take the healing salve and I apply it and the pain's gone, and I go to sleep and I didn't learn my fucking lesson, so it's just this display of like old bruises and medium bruises and like newer bruises on this fucking leg. I keep jamming into the bedpost. Why? Because it doesn't hurt after a few minutes because there's a healing salve, and therefore I don't learn my lesson. What started this? I forget, but that was an important story I needed to share with you all. Cryptid harms herself. That was it. So Johnny might saying, you shall protect Cryptid from harm. I'm like, I cause most of my own harm. I'm the idiot who keeps walking into this bed frame that hasn't moved. It hasn't gone anywhere. Still far better than anything that's happened to me, but I still feel for you. Want to know a fun fact? Sure. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, blue girl? Oh no. Hold on, I'm gonna mute my mic. I had to cough. Oh my god, that was fucking great. You've learned how to purr in real life. Oh, that's cool. There's gonna be some partner in the future that's really gonna appreciate that. There's gonna be a partner with one very particular kink, and you're gonna be able to deliver. No more no promises. I'm a crafter, okay? I've hurt myself on glue guns, you know, the hot glue of glue guns. I've hurt myself with sewing. I've hurt myself with stabbing myself with like sewing needles and stuff. Not like drug needles, but like sewing needles. I have too many cats. They all hurt me. I know a way to fix that problem. Bubble wrap. It's hot here in Florida. If you wrap me in plastic bubble wrap, I'm gonna die of heat stroke. What you say? Before you walk it into me. Oh no. Yeah, my bed frame's probably over there like, excuse you, what? Where's my band-aids? This blue girl keeps hurting me. She keeps walking into me. Oh my god, everyone. Next time I jam my leg into the freaking bed frame, I'll be like, oh, sorry, bed frame, that was my bad, as I'm like limping away. But yeah, it also goes to show you how strong Mama Cryptid's healing selves are. They make me not learn my lessons. You have bigger ropes, Cryptid? Do you have the sexy ropes? That's the next question. Florida is just a dark soul swamp. You have to take some damage over time no matter the source. Absolutely true. 100%. It's really exciting. There is a gator conservation thingamajig that you can actually drive or bike through or even walk through, I think. And it's miles and miles and miles of just this land designated for the gators, and you can just travel through early morning or late at night because that's when the gators like emerge, and we can just go out there and we can watch all the gators. It's so amazing. But yeah, because I was a baby cryptid in Massachusetts. I was born in Massachusetts. I was a very little cryptid when we moved to Florida. It was a culture shock. It was a culture shock. So many things here are dangerous. It is very Dark Souls like. Because in Massachusetts, if you see a lake or a puddle or something, you can play in a puddle. You can play in a lake. You can play in a pool. Right? If your neighbors have a pool and they let you play in it, you can play in a pool, right? Miles and miles, literally, it's a huge gator conservation. You just travel through, and it takes you, if people ask, like, oh, how long does it take to drive through it? And they're like, well, it depends. It depends on if any gators cross in front of you, because then you have to stop for the gators. And the gators know that, because this place has been around for years. So it's multiple generations of gators that lived here, and they know the cars stopped for them. So the gators will just stop on the path, and it's only wide enough for one car, so you can't go like around people. So if a gator blocks the path, you're all just stuck there until the gator decides to keep moving. You can hear the gator like hisses and stuff. You can see the baby gators when they hatch. Hear me out, styrofoam. No, I've PTSD from styrofoam. I hate styrofoam. It pollutes so much of the fucking stuff over here. What was I saying? But yeah, miles and miles, and you just go through and you're in the car and you just roll down the windows and you just count. The thing is that you the family event, so all of us go together sometimes. You count how many gators you see on this trip, right? And how many like baby gators you can see during baby gator season. And easily you can get a couple hundred. You can spot a couple hundred. Like 1 to 2, sometimes if it's baby gator season, maybe even up to 300 if you have really good eyes, of gators in a couple of hours just in this car ride that you take, and you're just going through looking at all the gators, and they're all hanging out. Sometimes you can see them like swimming and emerging, or like hanging out with the babies. Oh my god, it's fantastic. But it is very different being a baby cryptid that moved to Florida. And you can't jump into puddles or into lakes. Why? Because they could have teeth. Every source of water here could have teeth or flesh-eating bacteria. That was a problem for a while. We had flesh-eating bacteria problems here. You had things that sting you, that bite you, that will... and they will not be able to find your body afterwards, right? Like, it was a trip here. We had our first hurricane. First hurricane we had here, and neighbors on either side of us have pools. Because it's Florida, and like all the wealthier people have pools. We don't have a pool, but everyone around us has pools, right? And we went onto the back deck, and the back deck's on an upper floor, so you can like look over and you can see into their yards if you wanted to. Not that we do. I hate our neighbors, but you could, and you could see their pool. So the first after a hurricane, we stepped out on the back deck to like do something in the backyard, but we looked over and there's our neighbor's pool, their in-ground pool, and there's a gator. There's a gator in their pool. Like, what do you mean? And their backyard is fully fenced in. And so people were telling me, they're like, oh, the gator, when the waters rose up, they were probably running from the storm. They just climbed the fence. And I'm like, how does a gator climb a fence? Are you stupid? And they're like, no, baby cryptid. Gators climb fences. They go straight up a fence. And I'm like, no, you're lying to me. This is one of those things that adults do that to bullshit young children where they make up a lie. And the kid's gonna believe you, and then that kid's gonna grow up and look like an idiot because they still believe the fucking bullshit thing the adult told them. And they were like, no, baby cryptid. And they pulled up YouTube videos and video compilations of gators climbing fences. And it's a thing. Gators sometimes just get tired and they'll be like, yeah, I heard there's water on the other side of this fence. I'm gonna climb it. So sometimes gators will just climb fences to be where they want to be, so the fences don't keep the gators out. It was a culture shock for baby cryptid, not gonna lie, guys. What are we here? Hold on, I'm behind a chat now. You asking or asking? But yeah, miles and miles of gators. It's an amazing place. If you guys are ever in Central Florida, I Highly recommend doing it because it's fantastic. But no, I don't like styrofoam. How about you put eggs around the post of your bed as a warning? Please no. You know, listen, when the economy went bad, remember when there was a shortage of eggs, when there was the egg crisis? That's like putting gold as a warning tripping hazard. When I was in Tennessee, I was told to avoid the ponds. Ever seen a Memphian gator? You're so glad you live in a place where you don't have to worry about gators. A Memphian gator. Let's see. Memphian gator. Real alligators found in Memphis waterways. Big alligator heads used at this Memphis run for geese control. Oh, for geese control. That's interesting. And the University of Florida like gators. Fuck you. Okay. Or even a character named Gator in the musical Memphis. Damn. But UF is a fucking mafia. It's crazy. You have real alligators. Which is? What's the difference between a Memphis gator and a regular gator? Not quite sure. Hold on. But yeah, so glad you have a place where you don't have to worry about gators. I do like Florida because we really only have hurricanes and like occasionally threat of tornadoes. And that's pretty okay for me. I would hate to live in a place with oh my god, with earthquakes. Earthquakes, the idea of them freak me the F out. Oh, the difference is one has a cowboy hat and a revolver. God damn it, you had me actually looking shit up because I'm like, what's the difference? Is it a different gator? Is it a spookier gator? This is what I was talking about when people tell me things and I don't realize it's a joke and they're pulling my leg and then I believe them and then I look like an idiot. Oh no. Gators are only found in the south of Georgia, near the Florida line. Oh wow. You just want to say you have cats, but I want Canadian lynx, basically really big cat. Oh my god, I have enough cats that I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Never tell Cryptid about mind goblins. You're laughing too hard to stop me. You traitor. You traitor. You come onto my stream and you make me look like a fool and you betray me like this. Banned. No, it's okay. I'll make myself look like a fool plenty. I don't need anyone's help. I can do it myself. Oh no. Oh, we gotta hydrate or dihydrate. Canadian lynx is anywhere between 18 to 44 pounds. Okay, that's a really big range. Hold on here. That was your sippy. Thank you for the hydrate or dihydrate. Hey, it says I'm comfy here. yeah. I'm starting to see everyone here as a friend. I'm glad. I hope my raccoons are happy and seeing each other as friends and like getting critique and feedback and making writing buddies and making friends here. I hope so. That would be a really cool environment to have. Next I had to start oh, does anything happen? No, we look okay. We look okay. Next I had to start showing you guys my writing again so I can get critiques for my shit instead of just critiquing your guys' stuff. Mama Cryptid keeps ignoring you? Mama Cryptid went to bed like hours ago. So sorry. She said hi to chat once and then she went to bed. Anyway. Wait, are you talking about me? Am I Mama Cryptid? Am I Auntie Cryptid? Dude, I tried asking you earlier. I'm like, oh, I don't see Callie here. Okay, I guess we'll just move on to someone else's. Cycle critique, yep. I tried earlier, Callie. You weren't here. You didn't answer. How many? This is 3 pages. Whoever came up with the genius saying that high school is the best years of your life never grew up in the town of Haven. Saying that if this is the saying, I think it should be either like quotation marks, or it should be like italicized, or it could have like little apostrophes on each end. Something just to show like, hey, this is the quote, rather than part of the normal sentence. Is there? Yeah, I know the thing was there. I asked, oh, is Callie here? Well, first I asked if the poem was here. The poem isn't creative one. It is. Hold on, let me pull up the Discord. It was decaffeinated. Oh my god, cats. And decaffeinated didn't answer. They're still running behind. So then I said, oh, I think the next is Callie. And then you didn't answer in chat. So I'm like, okay, maybe Callie's not here in chat anymore. And then we just went to this one instead because you weren't here. I know the writing is there. You physically weren't in chat, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess Callie's not here anymore. Let's continue. Send me a massage. I'm not sending you a massage. I could send you a message. I'm not sending you a massage. Well, sometimes you need some chicken nuggets. Well, to be fair, yeah. Chicken nuggets are great. What type of chicken nuggets did you get? What type? Now did you bring enough to share with all the raccoons? Did you bring enough to share with me? Okay, you don't have to share with the other raccoons as long as there's some for me. Let's be honest. Low fact, like low fact here, like low key fact here. Well, did you get, like, is it McDonald's chicken nuggets? Is it Wendy's chicken nuggets? Is it Steak and Shake chicken nuggets? Did you air fry chicken nuggets yourself? Are they like fresh out of your air fryer? Are they fresh out of your oven? What type of chicken nuggets? Can you guys tell I'm hungry? Oh my god. Is it chicken tenders? Is it Dino? Oh, it's Tyson, so you probably made it yourself, right? Okay. That's not fun. It's not flavored with guilt. Steak and Shake has... I don't think they have nuggets. Don't they have tenders now? They have chicken tenders now? Am I completely making it up? I feel like they do now. Held message for smart detection? What? Kim, you just said Dino Nuggies. And it held the message for reason smart detection. What? I'm allowing it, but what? Why did it hold that? You're confused too? Okay, I'm like, is there something I'm missing? Okay, but yeah, this little part here. High school is the best years of your life. Should be like italicized or have quotation marks, or just something to show this is the saying. Never grew up in the town of Haven. This was this, by the way. This is what? The Big Move. Prologue. Should it be prologue? The Big Move? Doesn't matter where you go. Anamot hates you. No, I'm not saying smut detection. I'm saying smart. S-M-A-R-T. Smart detection. That's the reason it gave. It said it held comment for a reason, and it like the dot dots, like the semicolon or whatever. And the reason it gave was smart, S-M-A-R-T, detection. And I'm like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Normally it gives you a reason like, oh, foul language or racism, sexism. It will like give you like an actual reason. That one just said smart. Like, what? Doesn't matter where you go, Automod hated me. You only get the milkshake from the one near you. Their food is a 2-pack of ass. I'm so sorry. I'm not smart. I have 1 brain cell. I guess you're too smart for chat. Yeah, I guess the mod said you're still too smart, even with 1 brain cell. What does that say about me? Do I have less than 1 brain cell? Oh no. But there was I went to college. I was getting my degree in Gainesville, Florida. That's where I was getting my degree. And that's why I say things like, oh, like UF is a cult, because I saw some of the UF people. I didn't go to UF. I went to the community college in Gainesville. But there were 2 Steak and Shakes in that town. There were 2 Steak and Shakes. They were really close to each other, right? People only recommended you going to one, because like locals, like the natives there, would say like, oh, one of them's the Steak and Shake. The other one is the, what is it? They said like stab and shake, or like a knife and stake or something like that. Like it was because there were so much crimes. There were so many people getting stabbed and murdered, I guess, by this one particular steak and shake. So everyone in town just went to the other one. The people in the know will go to the other one, the one that people didn't get stabbed at. But everyone who didn't know would go to the second steak and shake, and there's a lot of crime there, I guess, for some reason. Steak and Quake. No, that sounds like for like Quakers. Which might be something like up north. I think we have a lot more like Quakers up north. You tried to sneak the unforgivable around the automat. Refused to even tell the streamer that something was blood. Oh, you know Gainesville. I'm so sorry. Ghost, what are you doing? Ghost. You can't go on the ceiling. It's the ceiling. It's the ceiling, baby. It's always been there. As long as the house holds firm, it will continue being there. You can't climb the ceiling. Please understand that. Either one would be bad if you're a vampire, because no vampire's like a stake to the heart. yeah, but begins to nom on raw baking flour. Good luck. Good luck, you. Hey, at least Automon let you say that. At least Automon let you say that, right? But yeah, so anyway, if you know Gainesville, I'm so sorry. That place is like a cult to the Gators. UF owns Gainesville. I don't think even people who are there realize it. The University of Florida owns Gainesville. Like, it owns that fucking land. It owns the buildings. It basically owns the people there. UF runs that town to a scary degree. Baker's Long speedrun. Oh my god. I would like to say I love the French language. It's such a beautiful language. He says with all the enthusiasm of a kid eating veggies. That's right. Autobot got you a few times for saying you didn't like the French language. For like racism or something. It's because it said, like, it focused on that you didn't like French. Oh my god, it was funny. Anyway, I think Watt's probably getting mad in chat because I haven't actually been reading their stuff. I'm so sorry. So what? Yes, now if Watt's still here, I will actually. But yeah, my first thing is this has to show it's part of the saying. I think it should be prologue, the big move. Oh my god. Been nomming out and clicked rice. I'm here. Okay, good. I'm part of the chaos too. Yeah, if for anyone who missed it, Automa got Sir Chatty Matty again for saying I don't like Russian more. Rude. But yeah, for anyone who wants to know, like, what's it like to have a mafia running a town, but it's not a mafia, it's an organization, it's a college. Like, a college runs a town like a mafia. That is absolutely what it feels like to be in Gainesville, Florida. It is kind of crazy. And I think you could go there and, like, spend your time in college there and not realize that. But once you do realize that, you don't unsee it. Listen, if I had a white flag, I'd be French. Oh no. So anyway, here's the prologue. Cryptid discovers mono towns. What's a mono town? Like a monopoly town? There were several monopolies in that town. That's the other thing. They were all horrible. Following my parents' long and grueling divorce, my mother decided to move me and my brother Alex across the US to our hometown of Haven. We were going to be moving into our great-great-uncle's house that Mom inherited before she was born. Okay. So it's their great-great-uncle, so it would be her great-uncle. Okay, yeah, that still makes sense. You guys are gonna like it here, Mom said before letting out a loud sigh. Look, guys, I know this is nothing like LA. Haven is a small town, but David, Alex, I want y'all to give the town a chance, okay? Should be like a question mark here. Alex gave a loud and reassuring okay. Well, I just gave her a thumbs up. Look out! Me and Alex screamed, startling Mom as she smashed on the brakes. What the hell? There's nothing in the road, she agitatedly stated back. That reads a little funny. In absolute disbelief, me and Alex described the lady in the blue and white dress that we both see crossing the road. You two need several days of sleep once we get settled, Mom said in a joking way. Once we arrived, Alex and I went through the details of the woman we saw to make sure we weren't crazy. Blue and white dress? Yeah. Blonde hair and white flowers? Yeah. Did it look like she had something in her hair? Alex asked. The biggest church in your city is the Church of Scientology. Oh no. Vancouver, tell me why. Do. Tell me why. Anyway, what was I saying? I was looking at this. I was going to say important thing. So, for dialogue, a note, just a key thing. I won't say this as a critique. This is just something to keep in mind. Whenever somebody starts dialogue here, like actual dialogue, that is something that should start when they first start, be like indented here, and that's the thing. And then when somebody else speaks, not that person anymore, right? We're on to a different people. In this case now, Alex and the main character scream, look out. That's now a separate, that's a paragraph jump, right? That's a new paragraph. Every time the dialogue switches between people, it's a new dialogue. Tell me why. Oh no. Banned, Chatty Matty, banned. Where's no, Monotown is a Soviet-era creation. A town formed around one facility, usually a factory. Growing up there, you had 3 choices: run for the hills, work in service retail, or work at the factory. Oh, like mining towns, where there's only one industry holding the fucking town together. Yeah, I know that. Like, mining towns normally had that. You're right, some factory towns. Certain industries, it's not necessarily always like one factory, but it's like one industry. No, what was I saying? Like, if there's like a textile industry, sometimes there's a dyeing warehouse, like people who work in the dyeing of the colors. Then there's the weaving factory. There might be selling warehouses, stuff like that. All the parts of textiles, and the town's built around that. So everyone works in some way, shape, or form in textiles for that community. I mean, it's not Skibidi Toilet. Oh no. Kin, are you okay? We can smell on a plastic cup. You're eating raw flour. You're eating uncooked rice. You're eating a plastic cup. Are you trying to like make a recipe in your stomach? You need to have like some measuring cups too, and then like the stirring ladles and things like that if you want to make a recipe in your stomach. Just saying. But yeah, like we have mining towns here. We have stuff like that. But UF isn't quite like that as far as like everyone in Gainesville is working for UF. I said as a way as like UF owns everything. So you could be working in the mall, right? I had several mall jobs when I was in college, right? That's how I first started working. If you are in the mall in Gainesville, it's a huge mall. Not like a fantastically large mall, but it's a really big mall, right? If you are there, the physical pillars that hold up the ceiling of the mall, because it's a big place, right? So it has pillars. The pillars are giant gators holding up the ceiling of the mall. And when you look at the sky, because it has glass on the ceiling to let light into like the cafeteria and the food court of the mall, if you look at that glass ceiling inside the mall, it's etched with hundreds of tiny little dancing swimming gators in the glass on the ceiling of the mall. And you ask yourself, wow, that is crazy. You might ask yourself, like, why does that happen? It's because like UF owns the land the mall is built on. So you're not like working for UF. I didn't have a UF job. I worked at like J.C. Penney, and then I worked at Spencer's in the mall. But the mall itself belonged to UF. You know what I mean? The land there was owned by UF. Thus they did end up owning half the town. UF owns more than half the town. Your hometown has one of the, I think, biggest military bases near it. I'm sorry for all the illegal crimes and experiments they're probably performing on you, what? Was one in Orlando near Universal. Ugh. Being too close to the theme parks in Orlando, that all those areas are too crowded. Too crowded. The traffic there is crazy. What was I saying? If you see an ambulance driving in Gainesville, you'll be a little shocked because the side of the ambulance has a gator in a doctor's coat with a stethoscope. So if you die in an ambulance in Gainesville, if you're being rushed to the hospital for the ER, you will die in an ambulance that has a cartoon gator for persona as a doctor, with a lab coat and a stethoscope on the sides and on the back doors of every single one of the ambulances. Why? Because UF is a huge teaching hospital area, and they own most of the hospitals and ERs there. It is. I haven't lived there since I was 3. Oh, you did live there? For you're talking about something else. Sorry. If you die in ambulance, there'll be gator food. The land, the stores, the retail, the policies, the pricing for some of the apartments, a lot of it is actually controlled by UF. There were several clubs because it was a college town, right? I didn't really go to them. I was too busy working 3 jobs and going to part-time college. But there were several clubs. One of them shut down, and a lot of people liked that club, and they were asking the club owner, why did that particular club shut down? And he actually said, like, oh, UF doesn't like this club anymore, so UF had us closed down. And we were like, what? Like, you were hosted by UF? Like, what happened? He's like, no, the building that the club owner was renting from to have their club there, right? So they don't own the building, they just rent there like any other store or business. You rent from the person who owns the building. The building was owned by a person who was owned by this, who was owned by this company, who was owned by this company, that belonged to UF. UF ran it. And UF wanted the image of certain types of club, and this one was like a more like drag queen, promiscuous, sexy club, I guess. And the others were like football, hanging out bar, like dating club scene type bars. And UF wanted a very particular club scene for the students. The drag queen one that was more sexy and of a more adult theme didn't fit that image. And they didn't want that mixing with the image of the other clubs near their university. So they had the person in the building not renew the lease to get rid of it. And they were like, no, but I'm willing to pay. This is a really successful club. I'll stay here. I'll pay the money. And they were just like, nope, we are not leasing the physical space to you anymore. Your club has to go. And they were like, okay, well, maybe I could, since this is such a successful club, maybe I could lease a bigger space somewhere nearby and just expand my business. And everywhere they went, when they said what their business was, when the people realized who they were like, oh no, UF doesn't like that club. They don't want that business here anymore. Sorry. And they wouldn't lease it to them. And they couldn't open that club again anymore. So not because like everyone working at that club worked for UF, but UF, like a mafia, kind of has pulled their strings, pulled their connections. Right? That's kind of crazy, right? You stayed at SeaWorld when you were in Orlando, the resort across the street. That would be nice, because they know how to drive too much. Your parents raised you as an only child, which really pissed off my sister. Oh no. My senior relatives like to tease me at weddings, saying things like, you'll be next, but they stopped after I started saying that to them at funerals. That's not a mafia town, that's a censorship wet dream. Yep. Fort Bragg is the 2nd largest military base. Wow. Come on, Automod. Oh, for the you die in ambulance you'll be gator food? Was that what you guys were thinking the mod was going to get you for? No, it did censorship Wet Dream for sexism, I think. I think that's what I read. So the things that we'll get. You also lost your one iPhone in Texas. Oh my god, Shiny Maddie, you travel a lot. Anyway, what probably wants me to actually critique their work more? So yeah, it did look like she had something in her hair, Alex said. Before I could answer him, we heard a loud shriek followed by a girl's voice screaming, "Auntie V!" This part should be in quotation marks then. We rushed downstairs to see our mom hugging a police officer. After noticing us, the police officer looked up and introduced herself. "Hi, I'm your cousin Audrey. You probably don't remember me. Last time I saw you both, David was 2 and Alex was a baby." Oh, okay, the girl's voice. If the girl's voice is the police officer, this policewoman, I think maybe it should be woman's voice, because a little girl screaming and a woman screaming do sound a little bit different. A little bit different. They do sound different. I know what Autumn had ate. I just had no idea why. Perhaps an alternative will suffice? Moisture. Oh no. Hello, Lotus. Yes, welcome on in. Cryptid. Cryptid. I was gonna do something, but I forgot. Now what do I do? Well, first, give yourself a little pat on your head, because that must be really stressful. And be gentle on yourself and don't get upset. And if you wait a few minutes and maybe try to relax, maybe you'll remember. That's all. You've been to 25 states, Greece, Germany, UK, and Switzerland. That's fantastic. Oh my goodness. Whenever I go traveling, I'm going to ask Chatty Matty for advice. But yeah, I think this should be a woman's voice, because at first I thought it was a little girl, and then there's a police officer. But I'm like, oh wait, no, I think the police officer is the woman screaming Auntie V to their mom. Sarcasm, yeah. Eat the street food in Greece? Ooh. And then, yeah, because if their mom's her aunt, then she is their cousin's. Okay, I'm your cousin Audrey. You probably don't remember me. Last time I saw you both, David was 2 and Alex was a baby. Audrey is the daughter of my aunt Cara, who runs a bakery in town. From what we know, Audrey was 7 years older than me and has lived in Haven for the majority of her life. Or I'd say for the majority of her life. Plus, she's a cop. If anyone would know what we saw, it would be her. Once we got away from Mom, we went in head first about finding out who our mystery lady was. How did they get them away from her mom? Hey, on our way through town, we saw something strange that only Alex and I noticed. There's a strange lady in a blue and white dress with blonde hair try to cross in front of us. This one's a little bit of a run-on sentence. Well, first, there are a lot of women in this town that have blonde hair. And second, the reason why only you two probably noticed her is because y'all found her to be cute. Audrey stated. Maybe not stated, maybe, like joked. That last part, like, oh, you guys probably only noticed her because you found her to be cute. That's kind of like a little joke, a little tease. Little jokey tease. Oh, here soon I'll be doing my first ever D&D campaign. Just create your character today for it. Is it hard to find a D&D campaign here on Twitch? I was talking about for the new year, I want to get into a D&D group here on Twitch and stream that. What was I saying? But yeah, was it really hard to find a group here? I really would like to join a little Twitch campaign of D&D. That sounds fun. My set is dead meters beeping. I don't like the set is dead advice, because sometimes you do need to say just set is kind of like an invisible thing as long as you don't overuse it. But here, it's not actually Audrey said, it's Audrey stated. And I think stated is a little bit of the wrong word for this sentence. I think maybe, like, she's joking, she's teasing them, right? She's like poking a little bit of fun at them. Oh, it's just some of your friends. That's nice. Oh, you think they're following that advice? They're following the said is dead advice. Alex asked, maybe. Maybe. Which, yeah, but which you can use said. I think the reason why the advice said is dead happened is because everyone was only using said. Over and over and over, and then it got too repetitive, and then it was almost distracting with how much people were saying it. So they try to get you out of that crutch and be comfortable with other ways of ending a dialogue tag, right? But in reality, you can use a blend of it. For normal dialogue, you can say said, and it kind of, for novels, for stories, that kind of like is invisible, the reader's eyes just glance over it. But when it's questions, or they shout, or they're like doing jokes like this, then you can say other things, and that adds more personality. It elevates the text a bit. Just Control F. Said. There is 9 of them. 1, 2, 3. Who said they had seen her. Frustratedly said. So it seems more like towards the end they then used it a bit more often. Thank you for reminding me I could do that. It was Author Relic that I think they actually did that in their own document, because I pointed out they said quiet and quietly a lot. And then he was like, oh, there were so many quiet. I think it was like over 1 per page or something like that. It was crazy. No, it's still a point thing to point out, Triangle Troll. And I really do, Triangle Troll, jeez. Triangle Toll. Noticing translated people's writing and having that other pair of eyes, it's really important to look at. And that did point out they mostly did it at the second half. You're right, they did kind of avoid it, except for like once here in the beginning. So having a better mix would feel a bit more natural. I just got trolled. I didn't mean to. Oh my god. You had over 500 uses of the word Saya. Okay, so Chatty might be honest. Be honest. Be honest with us, okay? I'm coming to you. You gotta be honest. Okay, it's here in my chat. You gotta be honest. Say it to us honestly. Do you use cyan a lot because you come from a fanfic writer's background? Did you write a lot of fanfics and that's where you learned to do, no, I'm trying to grab my model again. And that's where you learned to use, like, cyan and stuff, and like, emerald stormy eyes and things like that. Is that where you learned it from? Oh, no fanfics, you just love the color. I am shocked by that. Normally people who use stuff like that a lot in their writing, they do come from the fanfic background. It's like a bad little habit that follows after them, and people can, like, sniff it out. I think you're the first person I've met who doesn't have the fanfic background who uses that word a lot. That's so funny. Okay, now I gotta make my model small again. Hold on. I gotta shrink back down. Oh, there we go. Sometimes grabbing my model is so hard. Get over here. Get back in my corner. Okay, I'm back. I'm back where I belong. In the corner. So you guys to some stuff I don't fully remember. Yeah, and that's fine. We're not judging like, oh, you should remember every single word and why you chose it from a year ago. That's silly. We're just pointing things out and possible reasons why, because we notice this with other writers. You're not alone in doing stuff like this. This is common stuff that happens. That's fine, but usually people troll me when I first spawn it. Yeah, I think I've been avoiding the the troll, because I think I recognized it pretty early. I'm like, oh, it's triangle toll. For some reason, my mouth just butchered it that one time and said troll instead. Haven't been listening, but another one to avoid is asked after a question mark. Again, and that's one of the things where, like, you can use it sometimes, but yeah, if you use it all the time after every question mark, it's like, I don't like banning outright use of a common word like said. You can still use said, it blends in naturally. Asked blends in naturally. It's when you use it a lot or you purposefully avoid it that both those extremes become more noticeable. Barry's Stories universe is over 18 years old. Chatty Matty, that's so exciting. I do remember at some point in the story, time travel does happen twice. I just like to use different shades of colors, and I kept cyan in when I was talking about Barry's eyes. Very cool. But yeah, over, you said 500 uses. That's a lot. Oh my god. The problem with Eater is that people follow it to the letter, using the something character said ass structure and just replacing the last word. Diversity comes from different ways to do tags, not words slapped onto the same tag shape. Yeah. Having a good balance. Normally for school, they just have that extreme, oh, never used asked or never used said, as like a lesson to get students comfortable, to break them out of that mold of always using said or asked, to give them practice. They're never meant for like the rest of your life. If you ever write a story, never use said or asked, and then it becomes really obvious, right? It feels unnatural. But only using said or asked also feels a little bit unnatural. So that's why it's a balancing act. That's why even things like, oh, don't use just short sentences or just use long sentences. You can, there's just a balance. And when you balance it really well, then the writing flows better, the reading flows better. At your first initial edits, you got it to nearly 4. That's a huge editing bit. Chatty man, that was a lot of work. Holy shit. Turning 500 into 40. Congrats. That's a huge edit. Anyway, we were... So, Audrey, I'm going to say, like, teased. Alex quickly responded, Audrey, this lady was in the middle of the road carrying white flowers. And how quickly she appeared is how quickly she disappeared. With some shock and little disbelief, Audrey looked at both of us. Haven has plenty of quote-unquote ghost sightings. I don't know why that reads funny. Throughout the years, but most of them coming from drunk people. We've been in town a few hours and claim to see the one people call the Lost Lover. Before we could ask her more about the Lost Lover, she got a call on the radio for her to return to the station. With that little information, there might be more to this little town than we know. So, little and little is repeated twice there. By rule of repetition, the question mark infers a question. So to say as such invokes redundancy. And again, you don't necessarily always want to avoid redundancy. Some people do use redundancy as a artistic use, right? In place of asked, body motion or other scene details may supply what the question mark does not. Yeah, if you want to absolutely avoid redundancy, I think you want to avoid accidental, like non-intentional redundancy, but some people do use redundancy as an artistic tool, as a tool in their author belt to establish things. Sometimes you even had to say, like, who said it? Like, if two women are talking back and forth, you can't just have a dialogue tag, like, who murdered this person? Question mark. Like, oh, how was this person murdered? It said Alex, right? So that it's not said because they questioned it. And then, so you don't want to just have no dialogue tag. Especially if it's two people with the same gender who would use the same pronoun tags, they would both use she. So you can't just be like, oh, how was this person murdered? They were forced to drink poison. Oh, well, how did this happen? And you go back and forth and you just have the dialogue. Sometimes having a quick little shorthand if you don't want to drown them in scene details. You're right, Lotus, that you can use scene details and motions to infer who said what, but sometimes it can clog up the flow of a scene. So sometimes just having a quick thing between two people with the same pronoun tags, in this case, in my example, she's, it's really quick to be like, oh, how was this person murdered? Lily asked. And then, Heather looked across the stream, studied the body, did all this different stuff, and then told, I forget what the first name is already. Oh, such and such, they were forced to drink poison. You mean redundancy by definition wastes the word count? I don't know if that's the definition. It doesn't waste the word count. There are artistic uses for redundancy. It can be spent doing anything new. There are artistic uses to do it. That's why I say it's never a hard rule. It's never a never. That's why I say a lot of the times, absolutely. Especially for beginner writers or beginner novelists, it's an important thing. Like, hey, this is repetitious, this is redundancy, get rid of it. General edits will get rid of it, but if it flows better, if it reads better, to have one or two things of redundancy, if the art intention, if it's purposely there, sometimes they'll leave it in, and you'll notice it in some writings. What's a good one? Oh man, this wasn't really a lesson stream. I wasn't doing anything for this. Let me. But if you want to be like really technical, sorry, this is maybe my little bit of autism coming out. Technically, the definition probably does not include waste. It's not a waste. Does it increase the word count? Absolutely. Why? Because it's redundant. You already repeated it. But it does not waste the word count. I don't like that word. Artistic uses of redundancy in writing. God, I'm trying to write it on my phone. It's not liking me. Autocorrect is not liking me. Yeah, normally to emphasize rhythm, mood, character depth. You can do alliteration for it. Not alliteration, but wordy repetition. Favor squints, glances, biting a lip, or other brief motions to both identify the speaker and suggest their reactive state. Again, you gotta be careful, especially when you're people who have the same gender tag. If they're both she's or they're both he's, or there's multiple people with the same sex tag at the end, you could. I don't want to write on this one. This is turning into a lesson that this is not about. This was about critique time. Document. Hold on. File. Okay. Let me see how this is facing. There we go. This should be easier on your eyes, right? Yeah, that's popping up. If you operate within a limited word count, increasing the amount of words spent doing the same thing does equate to wasting it. Unless it's for artistic purposes, like, dude, if it's part of the intentional purpose for it, if it's part of repeating a word or phrase or rhythm, then it's not a waste because that was what you purposely did. If it was purposely done, it's not a waste. That's what you meant to do. Autocorrect despises OBS. I meant OBS, not OBGYN. I fixed my OBS issues because I fixed my OBGYN issues. Your brain isn't working? Oh no. But let's see here. Let's say we're dealing with multiple. What was I gonna do? Fuck, I got distracted again. It's late and I have ADHD. This is not helping. Let's see. Yeah, one of the things it says here on do not fear. Oh no. Yeah, multiple gender. If it's like he and she and they're going back and forth and they use different gender tags, it's more clear who is speaking, because you can just tell with the gender tag, and then you can put a cool descriptive word like, you're right, Lotus, like they bite the lip, they look over. If they have the same gender tag, it could be, let's say, what are two female names? Let's say we have Heather, we have Sally. Both use female tags. Okay. So if we had a sentence that was, how did the suspect die? We could do Heather looked off to the side, or she looked off to the side, biting her lip. It was, I don't know, this isn't going to be perfect, this is just off the cut. It was almost bleeding at this point. With this tag, can you tell, was it Heather speaking or was it Sally speaking? Barefoot Barry bit her lip usually translates to Barry got frisky because of feet. Then use the name instead of the pronoun. Yeah, that's what I said. But even here, now let's get rid of it. Heather looked off to the side, biting her lip. It was almost bleeding at this point. Did Heather or Sally ask this? Was it Heather asking Sally or Sally asking Heather? Do you know for sure? Yeah, you could feel tacky in the wrong places. That's why it's never 100% a waste. Sometimes, just to make it smooth as possible, not 100% of the time. It's very rare. We don't want to overuse it. But sometimes, just having it quick there, a nice, quick, little, easy way to do it, it makes it blend in mindlessly to the readers, but still conveys the information. Now, how did the suspect die? Sally asked. And Heather looked off to the side, biting her lip. Does that flow a little bit more naturally, but give us the bare basic information of like who said what? Now, is there a more artsy-fartsy way to do this? Absolutely, if you want to work on it. But do we want to do descriptions and titles and identifiers and artsy-fartsy language things for every single line of dialogue? No. Sometimes just a quick and dirty, someone asked, just lets the readers know who fucking asked it. And sometimes that's all we need to know. Sometimes it doesn't need to be artsy-fartsy. But if it was two characters, if it was people with different gender tags, and it was, let's say, Sally, Bill, they use different gender tags. We could do, how did the suspect die? He asked, and Heather looked off to the side, right? Whatever all this fucking nonsense is here, right? Like the rest of that. And that still lets us know. And then if we wanted to be artsy and it wasn't distracting, like we weren't doing it for every single fucking line of dialogue, we could do, how did the suspect die? Bill's voice was filled with suspicion. He already He already suspected. No, that's repeating. That would, if I said he already suspected her, this is an accidental redundancy, right? Because his voice was filled with suspicion. He already suspected her. Like, yeah, the suspected and suspicion is an accidental redundancy. This doesn't feel fucking natural. So I would be like, oh, you want to replace one of these. Or you could even just get rid of it. His voice was filled with suspicion. Right? Heather looked off. Og to the side. Blah, blah, blah. All that stuff. Not saying the line dialogue in the same paragraph with that line, that gets confusing fast. I'd avoid putting names of people, not saying the line of dialogue. How did the suspect die? Sally asked, and Heather looked off to the side, biting up. This one it's clear who said it and what Heather's doing. How did the suspect die? He asked, and Heather looked off to the side. That one makes sense who spoke and what Heather's doing. How did the suspect die? Bill's voice was filled with suspicion. Okay, so that was Bill speaking. Heather looked off to the side. Blah, 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 blah. He already suspected her because she was acting sus. That's right, her biting her lip. Put her in jail already. But yeah, sometimes we don't want to overwhelm with a description in a fancy smancy word. Heather vented. She's the imposter. You just purge the and. You would purge this and? Am I looking at that right? Yeah, okay, because they all... You would do it the way I did here. Why is this like that? There we go. You would do it here. Bill's voice was filled with suspicion. Period. Heather looked off to the side. Blah, blah, blah. I think that's what you're saying. So for this one, because Bill does have the fancy smancy, like what Lotus was saying, the favor squints, glances, biting the lip, other brief motions to both identify the speaker and suggest the reactive state. He has that here. If you do this every single time, it gets overwhelming. We can do it sometimes. We can do it sometimes. And it's that balance. You never want to 100% always do this. You never want to 100% always do that. You want to flow. You'll use whichever one works best in the paragraph. There's no paragraphs here. These guys are just floating in space. So like for this one, for me, how did the suspect die? Sally asked, and Heather looked off to the side, biting her lip. It was almost bleeding at this point. One, I would probably do this. So since this one's long and I did have the and, it would probably be because I had a shorter line after this. So it would be something like biting her lip. It was almost bleeding at this point. Sally said, I don't want to do she because then it doesn't let me know if that's Sally or Heather. I don't know. This was just a fun prompt. How did Blue... Oh, wait, now there's Blue? Anyway. How did Blue die? Sally asked. Line break. Heather looked for the nearest vent. That's how you would do it? But... Hello, hello! Thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry you're here as we're debating this. The point I was trying to make, not for these specific ones, was that we can use stuff like this occasionally when it feels natural and we're not overly relying on it. And we can also do this, which is what Lotus was saying, in cases where it feels natural and we're not overusing. There's a balance. All things in balance. Nothing in writing is a hard 100% rule. You'll always find one author out there who broke that rule and got famous and popular, and it's fine. Quality was on auto, and this PC almost had the big one? I'm not sure. Hello, hello, welcome in. We are reading through some of my raccoon's writing over here, and after we're done reading, we give 1 or 2 pieces of critique. So if that sounds up your alley, then welcome on in. That was a little sidetrack, what you just came in through. We were talking about if we could use asked at the end of a question mark. With that little information, there might be more to this little town than we know. And yeah, this one I would say, when we were talking about redundancies, or this isn't a redundancy, because it's not talking about something. It's just repetition. This feels like accidental repetition. The word little is used twice in the same sentence. And that's fine. That just gets fixed up in the edits. Chapter 1, The Forgotten Soldier. A few weeks had passed since we moved to Haven, and we had nothing on the lost lover. If that's the name or the title of the ghost, I wonder if it should be capitalized. We glazed Callie because he's very insecure about everything. Callie, I wish you weren't insecure about stuff. I'm sorry there was a timing issue with reading your stuff tonight. Oh my god, cats. Go stop playing with archery arrows. You're a cat. Oh my god. Weeks have passed since we moved to... What was I saying? Fuck. I'm wondering if Lost Lover should be capitalized because it's like their title, it's their name. At least the only name they have so far. Or if it could be like in a little apostrophe, just something to show like, hey, this is the title. I would just consider that. We managed to find 2 people who said they had seen her. One was an old fisherman who was just drunk and described the mailman to us. The other was a trucker who described her exactly as we saw her, but he encountered her on a completely different road than we did. As we started school, our time to hunt our ghosts dwindled down to the time we had during the weekends. That was until I found the school newspaper with the title, Ghost of Gridiron. The Mysterious Soldier of the Football Field, written by Raven Whitmore. Same thing with with the title. This is at least capitalized. That works. That works better. Should this have a little apostrophe written by Raven Whitmore? I found this article just in time as the clubs were going to set up a fair in the gym on Friday. As Friday rolled around, I found my way to the journalism club and signed up as the girl who runs the newspaper rattled on about the integrity of journalism or whatever. Us talking about asked, if you could use asked. We're just gonna rattle on about the integrity of redundancy in literature. I interrupted her mid-sentence to ask about Raven with an annoyed tone. She said, "You're one of them. She isn't here, but look for the girl with purple in her hair." Purple in her hair. I think since they're kids in high school, maybe it would even be like, "Ugh, you're one of them. She isn't here, but look for the girl with purple hair," instead of purple in her hair. That seems a little longer than it should be. It reads a little unnatural for dialogue. Writing for dialogue and writing for prose is a little bit different. And you know now it's a highlight? Oh, okay. Oh, it's a highlight. Look for the girl with purple highlights. That's what you mean to say. Okay. Oh, I think it's only a highlight if it's lighter than her hair. Do you mean like purple streaks in her hair? Purple streaks in her hair? A highlight is when like your hair color is lighter. Like if you have brown hair, you can get blonde highlights. So I guess if she has black hair, they might be purple highlights. But if she has like brown hair and the purple's a darker purple, it's not necessarily. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to Cryptid. Don't listen to Cryptid. As fate would have it, Alex would bump into her as we were going towards our aunt's bakery. She has black hair. Yeah, I think just natural, just look for the girl with purple hair. Yeah, it's technically highlights, but I don't think a teenager just casually mentioning her in a sentence would, like, super focus on it. I think it's stand out enough that like, hey, yeah, she has purple hair, and then you see someone with like purple and black hair, and you're like, oh, that's probably her. Like, you can just be look for the girl with purple hair. As fate would have it, Alex would bump into her as we were going towards our aunt's bakery. While Alex was apologizing, I immediately asked her, "Are you the girl who wrote the story about the ghost on the football field?" "Yeah, what about it?" Maven frustratedly said. Yeah, this is one of the things where it's like, we don't need this said here. This is a little bit of an unnatural tag here, a dialogue tag. Alex, with a confused look on his face, says, "Wait, so there is a ghost haunting your football field? And this is the first time I'm hearing about it." This doesn't need to be here. "Yes, he's a French soldier from colonial times, from what I gathered on him," Raven said. "So that makes ghost number 2 a soldier and a woman looking for her lover," Alex said sarcastically. "Oh, wait, how they... Oh, it's because she's the lost lover?" I can see now that they've made the jump, why they made the jump. Of like, oh, it's a soldier and the other ghost is the lost lover. Not already seeing the jump, that is a bit of a jump for the characters to make. Because you can just have, if it's a ghost town, there could just be several unrelated ghosts in the town. Actually, wait, yeah, because this one was... Was she in medieval clothes? Wait, hold on. I'm reading back. She's in a blue and white dress. Blue and white, yeah, blonde hair and white flowers. Yeah, did she look like she had something in her hair? I didn't quite get the fact that this was a colonial era woman. This could have been any time period. She's just wearing a blue. It could have even been like a modern day blue and white dress. It could have been a medieval blue and white dress. I don't know why I thought medieval. Maybe because we were talking about stuff like that earlier. But this doesn't quite pin the fact of like, oh yeah, the colonial big dresses. She's from the 70s. Okay. So then yeah, maybe just saying the color of her dress here isn't describing that. Maybe more talking about that it is like the older style dress. It's the type of dress, the cut, the silhouette, the shape of it to give that context. The boys, since they're teenagers, might not know specifically to say like, oh yeah, she was wearing a dress from the 70s. They might not know that, but describing it enough that the readers could infer she's from the 70s. Raven's eyes lit up. "You two actually saw her, the lost lover?" "Yeah, we saw her when we first got to town. By the way, I'm David, and this is my brother Alex. My name is Raven. Nice to meet both of you, but you had to tell me everything about that day," she said eagerly. "We talked for hours about the ghost in this town. The thing we couldn't seem to figure out is why would a French soldier be here when there is no record of any battle here during that time period?" He's a French soldier. Why does she know he's French? Does he speak French? The ghost of the gridiron, the mysterious soldier. He's a soldier. He could be a colonial era soldier. In a later chapter, they go back to 1975 and help her on prom night before she dies, while the rest of the group help her friends in the present. Yeah, just from this one though, I would first get the impression of like, oh, is she a colonial era woman? Because they make the joke of, oh, she's looking for her soldier lover. So my first thought, since she's just wearing, the only thing I know is her dress is blue and white, I'd be like, oh, it could be a colonial era blue and white dress. And it can be like, there's no quite mention yet of what we're seeing. We just know the colors. I don't actually know how to picture her yet. So if she is in 1975 and she's wearing a 70s prom dress, that's a vastly different look from a medieval blue and white dress or a colonial times blue and white dress. You know what I mean? Like describing what she actually looks like would make that a little bit more present, but blah 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 would make it a little bit more clear to the readers. Any record of battlefield during that time period. From the records that we found during the French and Indian War, there was a small fort near where current-day town hall sits. The fort was never attacked by the British, and we guess the French abandoned it when the war ended. Unless the fort was attacked by Indians in some small skirmish. Alex said he grabbed another history book. Before I could answer, "Boys, dinner's ready," Mom yelled. I'm not quite sure what the mystery is. So there is a fort nearby. There were French colonial soldiers inhabiting it during colonial times. Is it specifically mentioned it looks like he got stabbed in the war? Because this could just be like just a French soldier working, and then one day he like ate bad soup and he died in the fort. Like he could still. They know why a French soldier would be here. There's a fort nearby, and there were French people there. They said that they're saying they don't know why, but they're explaining why in the next part. Unless I'm missing something, this seems like a weird thing for them to be hung up on. Because there are people who could have died without necessarily being in a battle. But yeah, you're saying there is time travel, so that stuff gets cleared up later. But just for now, just to make it, we don't have to give the answers right away. It just doesn't have to be confusing. I hope that makes sense. It's probably not. My advice is probably confusing. My bad. But yeah, making it more distinctive what this woman looks like. And if he was in the fort nearby, he would have been wearing his uniform, even if they never went in battle. He could have just died from bad soup one day. He could have died from choking on a bug. He could have tripped and bonked his head. It's not like a mystery. They're making it sound like it's a mystery of like, oh, French soldiers weren't here. And then they say, oh yeah, French soldiers were here. They just didn't have a battle. So is he like bloody and stabbed and like has gunshot wounds in his uniform? Because then it would look like he was in a battle. And then the mystery wouldn't be, why is he here? The mystery is, why does he look like he fought a battle? There's no battles that were fought here. I hope I'm making that clear, like what I'm confused about. And it is a relatively easy fix, making it more clear what they're stuck on. If it is the fact he looks like he fought. His ghost looks like he fought. But there's no fight here. Just putting that detail in. And then the girl ghost can be fixed, the lost lover can be fixed up a bit just by describing that she's in a prom dress. She's in a blue and white prom dress. That gives a better picture of what she looks like, of a time period. So those aren't like bad critiques, those are pretty easy fixes that makes it a bit clearer to the readers. So I think those are my first critiques. My first critiques is just describing these ghosts or what these characters are experiencing a bit better. It's a prom dress. It's a colonial soldier who looks like he fought in a battle, but no battles occurred here. That clears up those little plot errors. And for my second critique, before I stopped, they learn he died to a witch's curse, which leads them to a witch's book. Okay, so he didn't die in battle. He died to a curse. So he doesn't have signs of a battle on him. Then yeah, I'm still, if that's the case, I'm still a little confused what the mystery is. Maybe removing this mystery, because he is a colonial era French soldier in a place where you said like, oh yeah, there's a small fort nearby where French soldiers were stationed. There's not really a mystery here. I'm not quite sure. The thing that they couldn't seem to figure out is why a French soldier would be here. They know why. That's not a mystery. They know why. I would just remove that mystery aspect. They know why. Just describe like, hey, yeah, There was a fort here at that time period. And then they're looking into his death, and then they find out about the witch's curse. That would fix it right up. That would get rid of all the confusion. And then, let's see here. This is the prologue. I'm a little wondering why it's the prologue instead of the first chapter. David and Alex are working under the gruesome death equals ghost trope. Okay. Oh, they assume you can't be a ghost unless you die from a gruesome death. Okay, then clarifying that would be a little bit better, because right now me and I'm assuming other readers wouldn't quite get this line of questioning, so maybe just clarifying that, like having one of them ask like, oh, ghosts only appear when someone dies horribly, right? Like they're murdered, or they died in a battle. How do you think this soldier died? And then Raven could be like, oh, I don't know, this town never had any battles fought here. There's the fort nearby, but they never saw a battle. And then just explaining that, and then they would look into more of this soldier and how he died. That would just make it a little bit more clear. But then, yeah, you already know that you said this was over a year ago, and now you do know how to do dialogue spacing to do a new paragraph for dialogue. And when they change who's speaking, so I won't give that critique, you already know that. That'll just be in your next round of edits. Otherwise, I think my second general, I try to do more developmental edits. My second bit of critique is sometimes the pacing was a little bit wonky. Like even just like in like just hopping from spot to spot. We're not sitting in one area, one scene for too long. And it's kind of just like the bare prose we need before just the next conversation happening. So I feel like you could immerse readers in a scene for a little bit longer. Each chapter was supposed to be a different ghost or a new finding. Okay. In that case, I don't really think this has to be a prologue. I think this could be chapter 1. Why? Because we're introduced right off the bat to the lost lover ghost, and we even have chapter 2 would then be the forgotten soldier. So I think that still fits. This doesn't quite read like a prologue. This could be chapter 1. And yeah, you can even kind of see with the spacing here. If this is chapter 1, it's if you got rid of this up here, this spacing, and put this up here, it will be just over a page. Which someone's going to be nitpicky and they think, yes, you can have a chapter that's just a page. Normally it's for artsy purposes, right? Normally you're just doing like this one or two like quick little snippet of someone else's point of view, and then you do the next chapter and it's back to the main character's point of view. Yes, you will find examples of people just doing a super short chapter that's a page. I know that. I am saying this, you can kind of tell, since it's not like that, this feels too short to be a whole chapter. That kind of already lets you know, like, hey, there's a pacing issue here. I feel like this whole scene in the car with them talking with their mom, that could have been the whole page. That could have been longer than a page. There is a slight pacing issue here. One of my favorite sayings for beginner writers is still, if you think your story needs a prologue, think again. I still really like that advice. So far, a lot of my writers and a lot of my raccoons that submit their story, if I mention that, want to attack me with pitchforks. So they hold on. They hold on to their prologues. They really like them, even though they're not always, most of the time, not needed. So I give that advice, but I'm not in charge of you guys. So if you hold on to your prologues, you have free will. You can do what you want. But yeah, this doesn't feel like a prologue. This feels like chapter 1. Yeah, a lot of prologues are there, and then they'll point out like, oh, such and such author uses a prologue, and I'm like, yeah, they're using a prologue better. And then I'm like, no, I don't want to be mean. This is a nice space. We're not going to say mean things like that. But sometimes writers be like, oh, since so-and-so did it, I can do it. And I'm like, well, are you doing it well? Are you doing it as well as so-and-so author did? No? Okay, then get rid of it. What was I saying? But yeah, a lot of writers who have prologues normally don't like hearing the advice, like, hey, you might want to rethink this prologue. But yeah, you're right, Triangle. I'm kind of in the same camp as you, Triangle. A lot of random BS happens to these kids. I bet they're gonna go on ghost adventures. They're gonna go through time travel. That sounds like a lot. But yeah, I think the pacing could be drawn out. This is very, very fast. We go through multiple weeks and meeting multiple characters and not even a full 3 pages, because there's this little thing here. There's multiple lines taken up by this space. There's multiple lines taken up by this space, and there's multiple up here. So I think if we actually maybe took up the space that this chapter 1 Forgotten Soldier did and this space here, it would be in 2 pages. We missed you too, Decaffeinated. Hello. The story takes place in 2013, and David ends up in 2023, where he finds out that he was cursed and killed his brother and a couple of his friends. That sounds crazy. That sounds exciting. That sounds cool. Right? Yeah, that sounds like some cool shit's gonna happen in your story. But yeah, if you're doing cool shit like that, and we're dealing with ghosts, and we're dealing with time travel, you have to give it the space to be cool. If you rush through things really fast, that tells the reader, like, oh, we're rushing through this really fast. This isn't the cool. Normally for writing, we slow down and we prolong the cool stuff that we want to be immersed in, and we speed past and briefly mention all the not cool stuff. Everything here is very quickly mentioned, and it doesn't let readers sink into the scene and be immersed into the scene. And it's cool stuff is happening. They just saw a ghost on the road with their mom when they're moving. Cool stuff is happening here. But it's even here. Once we arrive, this should be part of the next paragraph, because this is just a completely different scene. This is a different time. It's really just it's not really one paragraph. I would say this is like 2 paragraphs worth. For a whole scene. It's just 2 paragraphs. That's a little bit funky pacing. It needs to be drawn out a bit more. It needs to have some more stuff in here. So that'll be my second critique, is the pacing. And then the first critique was just clarifying up some confusion I had with the ghost, that not just me, probably other readers would have too. Everything else is like technical stuff. It's working on the grammar, or not grammar. It's working on the spacing, the paragraphs, the she asked, the question, like just those grammar rules. And I'm not going to focus too hard on those on this draft. That, like you said, it's been a year and it's not even completed yet. This is still a really early draft, so we don't really need to focus on grammar stuff too much in a rough draft. But those 2 big things, those are going to be my critiques. Also, cool stuff needs time to cook between setup and payoff. Yeah. But we're also just talking about, like, cool stuff in a scene. If something cool happened, it's not, like, part of one sentence. It's not briefly glossed over. If something is in part of one sentence, it's being glossed over by the narrator. That's when you do, like, boring stuff. Like, oh, after she finished the grocery shopping and got the kids, she returned home. There's an axe murderer at home. And then you go on several paragraphs of her and pages describing the mom escaping from a serial killer, the axe murderer that was in her house. But oh, she picked up her kids from school and stuff, that's just a sentence. You physically make more room for the stuff that is happening, and you briefly gloss over the logistics because it's not the cool stuff. So just spacing wise, the cool stuff takes up more room. Just paragraphs or page wise, it should take up more room. If there's like paragraphs and paragraphs about the grocery shopping trip, and then just like a brief like little mention of like, oh, and by the way, she escaped a serial killer after she got home. The end. That's not a well balanced story. The pacing is off. a page or two describing the acts. Okay, then that's another pacing issue, right? Then that's too slow. You just describe the acts for 2 pages, the same way that certain authors describe, hobbits and their community and the trees for pages and pages. There's a pacing issue here. You can go to either extreme. But yeah, those are my critiques. And I am so sorry. It is 2:30 in the morning for me. So I know Decaffeinated, you were hoping to get your stuff done today. I know Callie's been waiting, but again, they were in and out for a bit, and they only emerged back after I started this one, so the timing didn't match up. So hopefully next stream I'll be able to cover that stuff. The way Tolstoy described his God's damned oak tree, yes, and he did it twice. Would you say that's redundancy? That he did it twice? It's not anything for you to be sorry about, Callie. It's just like, hey, like the time didn't match up right now. So we will start with Callie and Decaffeinated next stream, because they're the newest ones waiting, and the Hobbit's like labels hundreds of potatoes. And here's breakfast, and here's second breakfast, and here's the forks and spoons that we use for lunch, and here's the new teacups we'll bring out for luncheon. When next stream? God, that's a good question. Do. He had to convey how great the oak tree was. Oh no, that's why he had to do it twice, just to make sure you knew it was twice as great. So nice he did it twice. But, and here's good Bilbo, and OMG! Probably not tomorrow. I think I'm gonna take the 31st and the 1st off, because that's, like New Year's Eve and New Year's off, and just take some time, take a breather, and we will start on the 2nd, which is a Friday. Does that sound good? I think the next stream will be the 2nd on Friday. He's got that vampire look again. Yeah, it's because it's after midnight. That's why it's the 31st now, but normally, the day of the 31st for me, so I would go to sleep, I'd wake up, it'd still be the 31st. I'd wait till night, it'd still be the 31st. And then I won't stream that night. Just to be clear, Triangle. I could technically still stream again on the 31st, because I would go to sleep and wake up. So I will not be doing that. I'll be going to sleep and waking up and not streaming again on the 31st. And I probably won't stream on the 1st. It's gonna be ash and dust on the 31st, yeah. Also, we have a dog, and we have cats, and the fireworks are probably gonna be going off. And I don't want the fireworks and the dog barking and the cats, like, freaking out while I'm trying to stream. It's just not a good time. To be doing that with all that chaos. So that's why I probably won't stream. Fireworks. Florida fireworks, yep. The next stream will probably be on the 2nd. And then we will start with Decaffeinated and Callie, as long as they're on stream. And otherwise, then I had to think of some fun stuff to do, because, like, well, we did so many achievements today. We hit 100 followers. We passed 100 followers. We had a hype train today. We got some cool things. So I think we'll catch up on critiques and editing stuff, and then I'll have to think what's something fun we want to do for that New Year's stream, that celebration of 100 followers stream. Like lots of cool things to celebrate here. Oh my goodness. More of your first chapter, we could do that. I don't want to make the entire thing a critique stream, because that's been the last 2 critiques. Hello. Wait, are you just now following Triangle Toll? Wait a second, I thought you've been a follower. That's crazy. Hello, welcome Triangle, welcome to the Cryptid Cult. That's so funny. So yeah, we're... what was I saying? Fuck. So it'll probably be a partial critique stream that time. I know for everyone who's been here for the last 2 streams, it seems like this is only a critique stream. It's not. We do a little bit of different things. What was I saying? He was just a wild animal until a couple minutes ago. Oh my god. Will it be regular story time or gaming? It will be story time because Decaffeinated and Callie will definitely want their works read because they've been waiting. So we'll still have some critique and story time. Chatty Matty. We'll want some of their stuff done on the 2nd. It'll be on the 2nd. Because then hopefully the fireworks will be done and then the dogs and the cats won't be freaking out on stream. So I don't want to do it during New Year's and New Year's Eve. But what was I saying? Fuck. Your ADHD hit my ADHD. So it'll be on the 2nd. It'll be a partial critique one to catch everyone up and to hang out with you guys. And otherwise, I want to do something fun and cool because it's like a huge celebration. We passed 100 followers. We did all the different stuff. I feel like this is a huge thing. Like, oh my god. I think at that point, I'll even have my first deposit from Twitch. You have to reach a certain money threshold. You have to reach a certain threshold before you actually get the money from Twitch. And I just assumed, like, oh, okay, it'll probably take us a while. Like, it's fine. And I think with everything that happened in stream today, I think we've passed that threshold because we were really close before the stream started. And that would actually be, like our first little paycheck from Twitch. That's crazy. I feel like a big kid now. I'm a big Twitch streamer. Almost at 9,000 coins, rubs hands like a Disney villain. Oh my god, what are you gonna do? You reached your threshold last month? Congrats, Chatty Matty. That's incredible. We could do a coronation. But yeah, I think I want to do something. We'll catch up on critiques, and I want to do something fun. I gotta think of what that is. If you guys have suggestions, let me know in the Discord. It might be a gaming hangout. It might be some new thing I want to do. I want to do a drawing stream at some point. I don't know if it'll be that month, but I have been planning that. You know, just something fun. Something fun. All hail Queen Cryptid. Please do not let me be your monarch. I'd be a terrible monarch. I'm a terrible ruler. I'm very nice on stream, but if you actually gave me authority, I'd be very mean in real life. I'm too tired of people's shit. I'd be like, you littered? Jail. You killed someone and got caught? Lame. Jail. You annoyed me today? Jail. I'd be a horrible leader. I'd be a terrible queen. I'd be a dictator. Don't trust me with that. You know the little Wreck-It Ralph quote? Where it's like Vanellope. She's like, and I decree everyone who is ever mean to me shall be executed. So can I borrow your plotting style for this story planning? I'm gonna go ahead and answer for Chatty Matty, so hopefully you don't mind, Chatty Matty. But yeah, a plotting style normally isn't owned by anyone. It's just whatever style method works best for the writer. A lot of authors have similar ones. Some authors have wildly different ones. My favorite one is writing scenes out on little like cards, physically in real life with pen, and putting those all together and rearranging shit and crossing shit out. But it's whatever works. No one owns a plotting style. Whatever way makes the words come out of your brain, the plot come out of your brain, that's the best method for you. And that's fine. Hopefully Sir Chatty... It would be funny if Sir Chatty was like, actually, I do own this plotting style, and you're forbidden! Yeah, if you mean how I outline, I have no ownership of it. Yep. It's whatever works best for any raccoon. Yeah, decaffeinated. Executed! What was I saying? But yeah, next stream on the 2nd, we'll catch up on critiques. We'll do Callie and Decaffeinated, and we'll do some more Chatty Matties and anyone else who does it. And maybe it will be an extra long stream to celebrate. Should I? I'll have to see what stuff I have planned that week. I'm not promising it. Okay? Don't take this as me promising shit. But I have been talking about how I want to do the long, like, a 12-hour stream, a 12-hour marathon stream. Would that be Would that be a good use for it? Would that be fun? You'll get a chance to attend. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. We'd have to see what it with that. I had to no promises. Don't write this down in your calendars for sure, but I have been wanting to do that. And maybe that would be a good time to try it. That could be fun. If I was king, half the world would be executed. Listen, as a cryptid, I can say this with full knowledge. A lot of humanity sucks. A lot of humanity is great, but a lot of humanity sucks. And like, listen, sometimes you gotta get rid of the half that sucks. I'm just saying. Me and Chatty Ratty are on the same wavelength. Trying to ask if you want to collab sometime. Sure. Go ahead. Penny. I started collabing with Penny a lot too, and then also Mash. They were on earlier on stream. They did all the subs that like really spoiled me. I felt so embarrassed. Like, I need to be a normal person and accept gifts and subs like a normal person, but I still freak out. But yeah, they just reached out to me after stream. They just messaged me on Discord. And they're like, "Hey, psst, do you want to collab?" And I was like, "Phew, sure." And then we collabed, and it was fine. And it was great. I had a lot of bad collabs before Penny. I was actually thinking of, like, just not doing collabs anymore. And then I collabed with Penny VT in chat, if you guys see them. And I was like, oh, collabs can actually be fun. And then they did a collab with me, and they invited Mash. Mash is a friend of theirs. And I was like, wow, collabs can be really fun. It absolutely, I was this close to saying no to collabs forever. But no, Penny absolutely turned the tides, and I'm like, oh, I can have fun doing collabs. This is great. So yeah, I'm a bigger fan of collabs now. It's a lot better. That's the wrong tab. Let me see here. Sorry, I have too many tabs. It's not the 30. You know what I mean, triangle. Like I can go to sleep. I'll wake up and I could stream tonight, and it would still be the 31st. I'm not doing that. Oh wait, no, I'm just behind on the thing. Sorry, Triangle. I thought you reposted that. I was behind on chat. What? Oh my god, what happened? What happened? Fuck, what happened? You're not normal either. Your stuff on Etsy is awesome. Oh, thank you, Callie. Yeah, me and Roots. That's all our embroidery and patches we do. Our stuff has been on the Grammy Red Carpet twice on 2 different artists. We had a contract with Legoland. We did patches for the pirate section of a parade they opened in California. We've done a lot of really cool projects actually. Our stuff has been in a few little boutiques and stores across the US. We've done some. I'm trying to catch up. You obviously we can talk about. Sure. Stream just crossed 5 hours. Yeah. You look collabing. I just forget you're streaming sometimes. Dear God, cats, what are you doing? The lights just flickered. Hopefully the stream's still going. No, I was reading chats just in OBS for a while, but then I switched back to actual Twitch tab on Google, and it was still up. It hadn't caught up with chat. It's listen, I have tech issues. Threats are void until seen. That's right, I ain't scared of nobody. You guys are all raccoons. I'm a tall cryptid. I'm tall, 5-foot cryptid. I'm so tall. I could kick you guys. I could kick you guys across a Costco. How do I start a business? How does one learn? You learn on the job, which is the most horrific fucking thing for my anxiety, let me tell you. This channel was originally supposed to be only about like our business and embroidery and like business questions, embroidery questions, quilting, sewing, crafting. But I started seriously streaming in November, and I'm like, oh, no one's gonna watch me as a beginner streamer. I'll just practice streaming to get used to talking and streaming and stuff. I'll just do a writing one, and then I'll spend November every day streaming, talking about writing and storytelling, and nobody will notice, and then I'll learn how to stream. And then December and onward, I'll stream about business stuff and how to start a business and stuff, and how to do the taxes and how to file for stuff and how to do collabs for your business and stuff like that. And then people noticed me in November, and then I got affiliate already in November. Like, a lot of people noticed me, and I was getting more and more raccoons, and we opened a Discord chat and everything, and I was like, oh shit. And we've just been talking about writing and storytelling ever since. I'll be streaming, forget I'm streaming, and talking to my mom about coffee and hot dogs. No. That's terrifying. What's happening, babies? You guys are cute babies. But yeah, it is past 2:40 a.m. for me. I think we're going to end it here, but we got tipped for it a few times. Who needs taxes when we have fictional taxes? I don't have fictional taxes. I have so many fucking taxes. Tuck us to sleep. Nope. Get out of here. I'll just like take all the raccoons and throwing them out the window into the streets. Go sleep in the Florida swamps. Oh no. Pillow fight. But yeah, the stream's gonna end now. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for over 100 of my raccoon followers. Holy shit. People actually listen to what I say. That's still kind of mind-blowing to me. Playing a tanuki in Pathfinder paid off. Thank you. But thank you guys so much. And yeah, I'll try to think of some cool, fun things for us to do for the over 100 followers stream on the 2nd. The New Year's stream on the 2nd. It's a huge celebration stream on the 2nd. We'll catch up and I'll plan some fun things. And if you guys have any recommendations or any requests, please let me know in the Discords. I'm from Canada. That sounds wonderful. It shouldn't. That smells so bad. That smells so bad. What was I saying? Anyway, good night, my raccoons. Have a wonderful night. Goodbye.